It is 5 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got a traffic report and a weather forecast. It's kind of rainy out there right now, 64 degrees. The good news, we're going to get close to 70 degrees today. Not bad for January the 9th. Your weekend forecast is coming up. After the deadly shooting in Minneapolis this week involving an ICE agent, there's been another incident involving federal agents, this one on the West Coast. ABC's Hannah Battah has the details.
Portland, Oregon on edge after two people were injured in a shooting involving a federal border agent. The Department of Homeland Security says agents stopped a truck carrying two people affiliated with the Tren de Aragua gang, including a passenger officials say is an illegal Venezuelan immigrant involved in a recent shooting.
Federal officials say the driver tried to use the vehicle as a weapon to attack the officers. Portland police say they learned about the incident when the people in the car called 911 about 40 blocks from the scene of that shooting. We now go overseas where more protests across Iran. Now the 12th day of demonstrations over economic conditions in the country. ABC's Tom Sufi Burridge, he spoke with the ABC podcast called Start Here.
They're the largest protests in 3 years since 2022. Effectively, this is about the economy, primarily. What you have is a devaluation of Iran's currency, the rial, at the end of last year, on top of already hyperinflation. So most Iranians are just struggling to keep pace with rising prices.
In an address to the country this morning, Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said the protesters were, quote, ruining their own streets to make the president of another country happy. He was referring to President Trump, of course. Reports say several dozen people have been killed in the protests. We now turn to the market numbers report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. Let's get a recap of yesterday's news with Michelle Frenzen.
Major market indexes mixed in Thursday trading. The Dow was up 270 points at close. The S&P 500 unchanged at the end of trading, and the Nasdaq fell 104. Shares of weapon and military equipment manufacturers were up on President Trump's announcement that he wants to increase defense spending to $1.5 trillion. China's Commerce Ministry says it will investigate Meta's acquisition of artificial intelligence startup Manus. The Facebook parent company announced last week it was buying Manus, a Singaporean-based company with Chinese roots, in a bid to expand its AI offerings across its platforms. A ministry spokesperson told reporters they will see if the acquisition is consistent with Chinese laws and regulations. The IRS says it will start accepting 2025 tax returns on January 26th as the agency faces the loss of tens of thousands of workers through layoffs and buyouts.
Let's take a look at the stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow's up 1. The S&P's up 4 3/4. The Nasdaq up 41 1/4. We've got your weather and traffic coming up. That's the latest news. We'll keep it going for you. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Well, obviously, the roads are wet with the rain in the area, but so far, so good. No accidents or breakdowns thus far this morning on Nashville area roadways. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. Wet and rainy Friday morning, and we have a lot of news to talk about here. And one of the things, and I want to do real quickly a Daily Dan poll, if we could, on YouTube. Watch us on YouTube, and you can take the Daily Dan poll. And the question that I want to do, Sam, is: do you approve or disapprove of Donald Trump bombing the drug cartels in Mexico? That is in the news this morning. So we are going to do that as a Daily Dan poll. For some reason, I hate to do this. I'm having a hard time. I can't hear myself, Sam. I don't know if there's something on the board that is not set, but I'm not hearing myself. So, all right, that's fine. I'm just going to talk. I don't need to hear myself. Actually, not a big deal. This is Donald Trump. He was on, I guess, Hannity last night. If you think that heads are exploding now, wait till Donald Trump starts bombing Mexico. Now, I guarantee you the left is going to be like, oh, my God, Donald Trump is going to bomb Mexico. He's actually going to bomb the drug cartels in Mexico because Mexico, you know, they kind of refuse to do anything about these damn drug cartels. Anyway, this is President Trump. He was on Hannity last night.
We've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by water, and we are going to start now hitting land with regard to the cartels. The cartels are running Mexico. It's very, very sad to watch and see what's happened to that country, but the cartels are running, and they're killing 250, 300,000 people in our country every single year. The drugs, it's horrible. It's devastated families. You know, you lose a child or a parent. I mean, parents are dying too with drugs. So we've done a really good job. We're knocking it down. The numbers are really getting to be, they're always going to be too high if you have one person, but they're going down just like the border. The border was a total mess for years. I did it the first time very quickly, and this time I did it even better because this was a bigger mess. This was a border like no other probably in the history of the world. There's never been a border like that one.
So President Trump is going to, apparently, from what he said last night, bomb the drug cartels in Mexico. Now, he has labeled them as foreign terrorist organizations, has he not? So, I mean, personally, I don't necessarily have a problem with this. I guarantee you, though, that people are going to lose their ever-loving minds over this. And I'm sure that they already are. But, you know, part of all of this is Donald Trump is doing what he can to protect Americans. And so if he's got to take out a few, you know, drug cartels to do that, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I know that most people that have a lick of sense won't have a problem with that. And by the way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just touch on a number of different topics here in the 5 o'clock hour, then do a bit more of a deep dive in them a little bit later on in the program. But the poly market, after this interview with Sean Hannity, the poly market absolutely exploded with people, betting, will Donald Trump bomb the drug cartels? Went up exponentially. So, you know, take the Daily Dan poll. And so far, what are the results? Real quick, I know we just put it up a mere 2 or 3 minutes ago, but I'm always interested in the 5 o'clockers and how they feel about all this.
90% approval. Do it.
Do it.
And one of my best friends is first-generation American. His family's from Mexico. And he says that most common sense Mexicans would tell you that the current president is a front for the cartel. She was one of the first people to speak out about the Maduro capturing because she might be next in that aspect.
Ah, yeah. Well, I mean, let's be honest. If Mexico has any mayors or if they have any presidents or, their version of attorneys general in Mexico, let's be honest, if they are anti-cartel, they're dead. I mean, how many times have we seen that? So ultimately, it's like anybody who is in office, and I say this casting a wide net, but anybody who is in office in Mexico, more than likely they are pro-drug cartel, or at the very least willing to look the other way while they do their business. And so we'll get into that here a little bit later on in more depth. But to me, I think it makes perfect sense. You know, the problem that we have here in this country, and by the way, do you know who is in, you're going to be surprised at this. Do you know who's in favor of bombing the living crap out of the drug cartels in Mexico, like Donald Trump wants to do? William Barr, former attorney general. He is all about that. And you would think, because this was discussed during President Trump's first administration, oftentimes William Barr has been against what Donald Trump wants to do these days anyway. But he has said in the past, absolutely, we should do this. I've just accepted the fact that we're not going to be able to stop China from sending the fentanyl ingredients into Mexico, where then the cartels take the fentanyl and they manufacture the fentanyl and the drugs and they smuggle it into our country. We're not going to be able to stop that. We're not going to be able to stop China. They're going to do what they're going to do. So let's take care of the drug cartels. Now, just wait, because cue the leftists who will obviously take the side of the drug cartels. I mean, right? That's what they're going to do. So I look forward to that. By the way, loud and busy night last night in New York. Kristi Noem, she was just on Fox News. Listen to this. They had thousands of people come out in New York last night. And one of the things that they were chanting... If you didn't catch that, it's hard to tell. Kristi Noem will hang. That's what they were chanting last night in New York. Kristi Noem will hang. And then there was this one.
Save our life, kill and ice. Save our life, kill and ice.
Save a life, kill an ice. That's what they're chanting in New York. Now, if you think that this is just, sort of like the lunatic fringe on the left, no, friends. This is mainstream leftist thinking now, where they do want to kill ICE. I mean, we had another shooting in Portland now over the last night on the overnight, a Border Patrol shooting in Portland because a couple of gangbangers, a couple of Tren de Aragua gang members tried to use their car as a weapon. Now, you were telling me, Sam, before the show, that on the socials, you have all of these leftists. They are going crazy
on TikTok, on Instagram. I mean, all you have to do pretty much is take the video and tag the FBI or Department of Homeland Security in it, because these people are making blatant, outright threats of domestic terrorism.
Yeah.
And they're proud of themselves. And I guarantee you, everybody in that crowd, the thousands of people out in New York, every single one of them voted for Mamdani. And I guarantee you the majority of them moved to New York in the last 10 years.
Well, you know what we have found out about the woman that was shot in Minnesota, Renee Good, is that I mentioned yesterday she had moved to Canada after Trump won the second time. She and her wife couldn't hack it in the United States when Trump won. So they moved to Canada. They were there for a few months and then ultimately ended up moving back to Minnesota, where we all know what happened earlier this week. I mean, TDS has turned into, ICE derangement syndrome, law enforcement derangement syndrome. And this is the mainstream now. And, I think that it started really with the murder of Brian Thompson. That's where we all learned about the leftists and their proclivity to celebrate violence. And I don't know, I really wasn't surprised when when Brian Thompson, the healthcare CEO, was murdered, and you had all of these people on the left excusing it. All of the butters. But a man's dead. Yeah, but insurance is too high. Just because your insurance rates are too high does not give you an excuse to murder. Just because you don't like the policy of the Trump administration or the Trump administration enforcing immigration laws does not give you the right to kill. But see, seemingly these people on the left, they are just okay with calling for the execution of federal officials, calling for the execution of members of ICE and the Border Patrol. And they're obviously, clearly, as we know, not above celebrating the murder of conservative voices like Charlie Kirk and threatening people like Nick Shirley. This is what we're finding. So when you've got Kristi Noem will hang chants from the throngs, the thousands of people out there in New York, and save a life, kill an ICE. I mean, if you think this is the lunatic fringe, as I said before, it's not. This is the mainstream Democrat Party. I've got a lot more going on this morning. A very busy news day, 5:16. Time to check the very wet roadways on WTN.
Yes, Dan, roads are indeed slick, but so far so good. No accidents, breakdowns to report on Metro streets. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. As far as your weather goes, rain and wind this morning. Possible localized flooding as well today, a high of 72. Flood watch in effect until tomorrow at noon. Tomorrow, a high of 57. On Sunday, clouds and 43. And by the way, Jay and Sam, you're not going to believe what the little woman has planned for my birthday. My birthday was December 26th, and our plans got messed up for whatever reason. When I tell you what the plans are for this weekend at 5:35, both of you, including Jay, who is so difficult to impress, will be impressed with my birthday plans.
Oh, wow.
That is coming up at 5:35. You're not going to believe who is going to be singing happy birthday to yours truly. That's coming up.
I can't wait.
You see, Jay, what I do on this show is I set the expectations really high, and then when it comes time for the actual announcement, wah, wah. Oh. Anyway, so we had a shooting overnight in Portland. The Border Patrol has shot 2 people. Turns out, Trende Aragua, of course, they were involved in a prostitution ring, and one of them was involved in a recent shooting as well. So stop me when you've heard this before, right? You've got the Border Patrol, and they pulled this car over. Then they tried to, the bad guys, it's a man and a woman. I guess it's a husband and wife. And they tried to use their car as a weapon and run over the Border Patrol agents. And so they got shot. I want you to listen to how the governor of Oregon frames this shooting. This is the governor of Oregon. And listen very closely as to what she leaves out in the conversation.
We are standing here today, united as a state, wanting peace and safety in our communities. We are all shaken and outraged by another terrible, unnecessary, violent event instigated by the reckless agenda of the Trump administration.
Wow.
This time in our own state, in our largest city, coming just one day after the tragedy in Minnesota.
Doesn't even mention that the people that were shot by the Border Patrol were Trende Aragua. Doesn't even mention it.
You know, you think she'd be a feminist that would be against prostitution rings based on that haircut.
You know what? Just because she's got short hair doesn't mean she's a feminist. Actually, it does. Is that usually the sign of a feminist these days, the short hair?
I mean...
Yeah, that in the Birkenstocks.
It's... Well, short hair
and the flannel and the
flannel and typically
that's true. Yes,
typically some ungroomed armpits.
Oh, it's early, man. we can stop at the Birkenstocks. I don't want to hear about a woman's armpits. By the way, there's nothing better than woman in flannel. I've always said that.
Brawny, if you're listening, Dan has a pitch for a new paper towel cover.
Anyway, so here's the funny thing. Is that she is, and again, that's the governor of Oregon. And one of the things that I've noticed in a lot of this coverage, they don't even mention the fact that the 2 people that were shot were Trende Aragua gang members. So in that soundbite from the governor, No kudos to the Border Patrol for getting these bad people off the streets. Nothing but literal lies by the governor of Oregon in an attempt to cover up the fact that her sanctuary state for illegal criminal alien gang members had a couple of Tren de Aragua gang members. It is unbelievable to me. And I don't know why. Why do I get so angry at all this stuff? Well, I mean, you would think that I would know that this is going to happen on a daily basis. I guess it is what it is. This is what they're going to do. This is the new normal for the left. Root for the bad guys, lie about what happened, and call for the murder of ICE agents and Border Patrol. Now, she stopped short of that, but I'm saying when you have the people out there chanting, save a life, kill ICE, this is the new normal for the left. Has there been a conservative anywhere that has called for the murder of anyone on the left? No. You got all these people that are, screaming, save a life, kill ICE. I would never say those people deserve to be killed. I never once said that Renee Good, the woman that was shot and killed in Minnesota, never once did I say that she deserved to be killed. But you have all these people on the left, again, the new normal. And you know what? They have no respect for life. We already know that. What with their penchant for abortion and assassination culture, the celebration of the murder of Charlie Kirk, I could go on and on. So, that is the state of the Democrat Party. It is unbelievable. Coming up, because again, I'm kind of telling you where we're going today. Coming up, we had some amazing economic numbers yesterday. Did you see the economic numbers?
I was
Holy
a little bit
mackerel.
distracted. Just to add on to that Minnesota, did you see the update on the agent that fired the shots?
Yeah.
6 months ago.
6 months ago, he was dragged 300, was it feet or yards?
300 feet. But
300 feet by
33 stitches in his leg.
33 stitches in his leg. He was dragged by a convicted sex offender, I think it was, or child molester or something like that. And so, he's obviously somebody who has some experience with, somebody utilizing a car as a weapon. By the way, great words of wisdom from John Solomon. If you know John Solomon, he's the guy from Just the News. And he has been looking at the evidence. He's an investigative reporter. I think he's an attorney. And he has some thoughts on the evidence that we have all seen and why it will prove that ICE agent is innocent and that it clearly was self-defense. By the way, did you see that he has now been outed? Like he's been doxxed.
Oh, they doxed him?
Daily Mail and everybody else is running with it. I'm not going to say his name, not that it matters, but he has been doxxed. And so a lot of people are talking about who he is, where he lives, his family, all of those things, because, of course, that is what the media does. Got to go, 5:24. Jay's got the news coming up at 5:30. Jay Harper.
Yes, sir, Dan. Infighting over the investigation into the deadly ICE shooting in Minneapolis and license plate readers in Mount Juliet are in the news. We'll have that for you at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
529. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Apparently, gentlemen, we've upset the flannel-wearing females in the crowd.
Yes, the short, gray-haired females are a bit upset with us.
So first of all, it was Sam that was denigrating the women with short hair.
Whoa.
No. It was you.
I didn't denigrate. I did not denigrate. I simply associated. I associated the short hair with the feminists. That's all I did.
All we're saying is that I was serious. I like chicks in flannel. I do. Like it. Like
you were the one calling the flannel out. All I said was armpit hair.
Okay. Just can you stop with the armpit hair? Whatever. All we're saying is that. What are we saying? I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, give peace a chance.
That's exactly right, Jay. Let's give peace a chance. All right. Anyway, Becky says, tell Sam to shut up. Of course, it's going to be a pretty quiet show if we're all going to shut up. Anyway, so we do have a lot going on, and we're not denigrating any women in flannel, any women with short hair. I even like women with, a lot of cats.
And we're not
Those are okay,
shaming
too.
those who don't shave their armpits. We're not shaming. Just saying there's a correlation.
Okay. It is at 5:30 on WTN.
We are coming up on 5:31. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Traffic and weather are on the way. State and local officials in Minnesota, they're looking at their options after they say the FBI completely took over the investigation into the deadly shooting involving an ICE agent. Officials in Minnesota feel they're being pushed to the side. 37-year-old Renee Good was killed this week. Federal officials say she was using her car as a weapon to attack agents, but others who have watched the videos of the incident say they don't see it that way. ABC's Whit Johnson, he's in Minneapolis, and he spoke on the podcast Start Here.
That's raising a lot of concerns, especially from people here in the community, based on the way the administration has talked about this investigation so far. We saw Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem already calling this an act of domestic terrorism, essentially putting the blame on the woman, the driver. President Trump talked about how the woman ran over the ICE agent. The video doesn't quite show that. It is possible that she hit the ICE agent, but it's unclear exactly how hurt he was.
Back here in Tennessee, 2 individuals wanted here in the state have been arrested after a license plate reader alerted police to a stolen vehicle in Mount Juliet. That's according to the Mount Juliet Police Department. Police received an alert from an LPR on Thursday night about a stolen vehicle entering the city limits on Lebanon Road. Officers were able to coordinate a plan to arrest the suspects while avoiding a pursuit. Police found a GMC Envoy parked at a restaurant with the suspects just sitting there inside the vehicle, and police, they arrested them. The suspects have been identified as a 41-year-old Lawrenceburg woman and a 42-year-old man from Lawrenceburg. Both were wanted out of Lawrence County. Let's turn now to the market numbers report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. The stock futures this morning, the Dow, it's unchanged. It's just gone down 1 point. All right. The S&P, it's up 6 3/4. The NASDAQ up 53 1/4. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. They're next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Well, the wet streets perhaps rearing their ugly heads here. We now have a crash in Williamson County. This is 65 southbound. It's just before Highway 96, the exit there for Murfreesboro Road. The left 3 lanes totally blocked there. Oh, boy. Also, we have a crash near the airport, blocking the right lane of 40 westbound just before the Briley Parkway exit at exit 215. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.538, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so the flu has been rampant in my house. Somehow, I never got the flu. But my birthday dinner was like completely thwarted because everybody had the flu. So this weekend is my big birthday dinner. Do you know who Amy has arranged to sing me happy birthday this weekend?
John Rich?
Kid Rock.
Kid Rock. Ooh.
Yeah. She is arranged for none other than Kid Rock to sing me happy birthday.
Tell Bob I said hi.
Because we're going to Kid Rock's Big A Honky Tonk Rock and Roll Steakhouse for my big birthday dinner because I am most certainly a carnivore. Now, here's what I know, is that I'm going to have one hell of a steak. I'm going to actually have, I'm returning to the scene of the crime because this was where Brian Wilson refused to give me a bite of his steak when we did that.
Oh, this was Steakgate?
Yes.
Steakgate, remember that whole thing? Wouldn't give me part of his steak? Now, the whole thing about Kid Rock singing me happy birthday, that might be a little iffy. Like, we're going to try to make that happen. But it's probably not. But I've got my hopes up. So she's working on that. But anyway, so yeah, that's just going to be my big birthday thing this weekend.
Try to get an invite to his replica White House.
Oh, out there and wherever it is here in Tennessee?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I've seen that, and not in person, but that looks amazing. By the way, talking about Mount Juliet, Jay, and how the cops caught yet another bad boy, what you going to do?
Right.
Why? Do they just not listen or read the news? Because if you're a bad boy, you're going to get caught in Mount Juliet, so stop coming to my town.
This is true. Yeah.
It's like once a week we have these morons. Let me guess, they were from Nashville, right?
Actually, Lawrenceburg.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, wanted down in Lawrenceburg, and the LPRs caught him. You know, the debate continues here in Nashville why they don't install those things.
Oh, Jay, there is no debate.
Yeah.
They don't want the LPRs because in Nashville, because the Metro City Council sides with the criminals.
Well, they specifically said they believe it will disparage black and brown communities.
Which is so dumb because you would literally be protecting the black and brown communities.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because where does a lot of this crime happen? And who are the victims of a lot of this crime?
Mm-hmm.
The black and brown communities.
Yeah, never mind the law-abiding citizens in the black and brown communities. We're favoring the criminals.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So anyway, by the way, speaking of Mount Juliet, if anybody goes to Charlie Daniels Park and you go over the bridge leading to the big, people that go to Charlie Daniels Park know this. If you go to Charlie Daniels Park and you take the bridge leading to the big walkway, look to your left, up in the trees, you're going to see a remote-controlled airplane that Riker managed to fly into the trees.
Damn straight we did.
So this was probably the saddest thing that's happened to me in a few days. We go to Charlie Daniels Park. Then I'm going to tell you why I'm moving to Greenland. I'm moving to Greenland. I'm going to tell you why. After Kid Rock sings happy birthday to me. So we go to Charlie Daniels Park. Riker spent his own money, birthday money, for an RC airplane, right? Remote-controlled airplane. So he got up at 4 o'clock in the morning yesterday to put this thing together. before school. The second he got home, he was like, can we go to the park? So we went to the park. That plane was up no more. You think I'm kidding. That plane was up no more than 45 seconds when it veered to the right and into the trees, and it is stuck up there in I don't know how much this thing was, but I think it was like close to $100. I mean, he really wanted this thing. So it's stuck up there in the trees. Now, all of these people that are in the vicinity are watching this whole thing happen.
No.
Where this now heartbroken and crushed 12-year-old flew his RC controller plane into the trees, and you can see it up there. It's got a red light on it, and he's like holding the remote, like bzz, bzz, trying to get it out of the branches. I mean, it's like way up there. So somebody has the great idea that I should try to throw rocks at the plane to try to get it out of the tree. So my arm basically should be in a sling today because I threw about 20 rocks and I never made it. I mean, it was like, it's way up there. So if you go to Charlie Daniels Park, Riker said, can we call the fire department to get it down? Because don't they get like cats and dogs out of trees and stuff? And I'm like, we're not calling, he's 12, right? We're not calling the fire department to get your plane down. No, we're not going to do that. And then I said to Amy, should we call the fire department? She's like, no, don't call the fire department for an RC controlled plane.
I can give you a quick instance of an adult getting something stuck in a tree.
What's that?
So there's a tree in my neighborhood that has been growing mistletoe for as long as I can remember.
Wow.
And my dad has taken some off every year. Well, this year, the only branch that had some mistletoe growing on it was about 40 feet in the air. So what does my father decide to do but to take a hatchet and to throw it vertically into the air to try and ninja style cut mistletoe off of where it's growing in this small area on the branch. And he gets the hatchet stuck. So Christmas Eve, my brother and I have a football, and we are in the street opposite sides of this tree trying to knock a hatchet loose and having to explain to passerbys, careful, a hatchet could fall and hit you.
And your dad's an attorney.
Exactly.
Wow. I'm going to move to Greenland. Here's why. I need to move to Greenland relatively soon because at some point, Trump is going to start paying each Greenland resident somewhere between $10,000 and $100,000 to try to get Greenlanders on his side so that we can take over Greenland. So I'm thinking I set up camp in Greenland, collect $100,000, which is like 2 years worth of income for me, and then I'll just come back home.
Are you built for the Arctic?
Look at me. Of course I'm built for the Arctic.
Gonna ice fish?
Sure, I can do that. The Trump administration is considering paying each Greenland resident thousands of dollars as part of a bid to encourage the territory to secede from Denmark and join the United States, according to Reuters. U.S. officials, including White House aides, have discussed payment figures ranging from $10,000 to $100,000. For an island with a population of roughly $57,000, the total cost could range from more than $500 million to nearly $6 billion. All right, so that would be our taxpayer dollars.
Yeah. But
So let me ask you, Jay and Sam, would you have a problem with your taxpayer dollars going to Greenlanders so that we can take over Greenland?
Not at all. The long-term investment, the assets in that land,
right?
It in the trillions of dollars.
It works out. We did the math yesterday.
Yeah.
Jay, what do you think?
Oh, gosh, that's a mixed bag for me.
Really?
I mean, I get all that with the, the whole nuclear, with the missile.
The resources and
all that stuff.
the minerals.
But I don't know. I mean, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I almost sound like a liberal in some respects. But, there's a lot of folks over here, veterans and whatnot that could certainly use a payout.
Yeah, but I mean, this is, and you're right. So here's what I would recommend. To make Jay happy, what we need to do is stop all of these Somali fraud that is going on all over the place.
Yeah,
right?
true.
That can go to the veterans.
Yep, kudos.
But
yep.
I'm all about investing.
Yeah.
Like I'm all about investments for the long term. So, yeah.
I am as well, you know.
And we hear from the left, oh, what about future generations? What are our children going to grow up in this America? A very rich America, very safe America if we have Greenland, I can tell you that much.
Do you know they have lost in California $75 million? Have you heard about this? So,
was it in Gavin Newsom's garage in a house fire?
Here's what happened. They had all the fires, and so you have all of this money that was supposed to go to the people that needed to rebuild their homes. And this has become more and more of a thing. We actually talked about this earlier this week. Didn't know the exact sum. $75 million have now been lost under Gavin Newsom's watch. And homes just are not getting rebuilt. And people are really, really angry in California at Gavin Newsom. As they should be, by the way, because, you know, I don't know how many different ways we can prove Gavin Newsom's either incompetence or corruption. Because, it's both. I believe that he is incompetent. I also believe that the dude is slimy and corrupt. I mean, clearly he is. And I don't know do you remember who it was, Sam? I was trying to remember this yesterday. Who was it that says that Gavin Newsom has a slick line of BS? Who was that? Was it Vance? Was it J.D. Vance? I don't think it was Trump. It was somebody. But somebody said that Gavin Newsom has a slick line of BS.
Yeah, I want to say it was
it is
Vance.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
But
DeSantis.
Was that Ron DeSantis who said that?
During it was the debate. This is a slick, slippery politician whose state is failing.
It is failing. I mean, California, there's absolutely no doubt that it is failing. And, oh, you know what? 1313 says this. I actually said this yesterday after I threw out my arm trying to throw the rocks at the RC plane. The storms today may dislodge the plane
it's
up
windy.
in the tree.
It is
windy. Do you know what the thing is, though?
Is it like right in the pivot of a branch?
No, it is right over a stream.
Oh.
Because the bridge at Charlie Daniels Park goes over a stream.
It might be like a Flight Malaysia situation. It's done for.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I tried to tell him, listen, if I can actually manage to throw this rock and it hits the plane, it's going to fall into the water. So this was the plan. You ready what the actual plan was? I'm going to hit the plane with the rock, and as it's dropping, he's got the remote to get it to fly over into the field. That's what the plan was.
Yeah, almost trying to catch it, so to speak, right? As it's falling in midair with the remote and get it out of harm's way. I don't know. Maybe there is some electrical contractor buddy or something that's listening that might have a bucket truck.
No, I don't.
You don't think?
No, I don't.
He'll just get him another plane.
I don't. Well, no, I don't want to. I don't want to bother other people with my problem.
Yeah, people want to help if you just ask.
Keith, Ham, Monica. Apparently, it was Donald Trump that said he's got a slick line of BS.
Oh, lots of people. He just is a slimy dude.
He is. Gavin Newsom is a slime ball. There's no other way to say it. Gavin Newsom is a slime ball.
Well, he was the mayor of San Francisco. I mean, you know, what more do you need to say?
2008. Thank you. 2008. It was Trump when he was talking about Gavin Newsom's cognitive failure. I think the three of us might have cognitive failure because we couldn't even remember that.
Yeah, I was thinking it was Vance.
I did that segment 3 times, twice on this station and once on another station, and I didn't remember it.
You remembered that you remembered.
Scott says, Dan, you called Middle Tennessee Electric. I'm sure they would send a lineman out there with an extendo stick to get the plane out of the tree for you. No, I'm not going to bother anyone else.
I want to see you go buy one of those extender grabbers.
There's not an extender. Dude, it is way up there. It is way up there.
Yeah, you'd need a bucket.
Yeah, so.
They make them comically large.
The sad thing is just that, it was his own money.
Yeah, the poor kid.
He was heartbroken.
Yeah, I can remember as a kid getting a kite stuck in a tree, and I cried. You know, I can imagine. You know, and we didn't pay much for that, but yeah. So we got up early, did it.
Yep,
you know,
the whole
to
thing.
Put it together. Yeah, poor
the whole
kid.
thing. I had a kite. I remember when my dad took us out, had a kite, same thing, and something happened, and that kite just flew, and we actually followed the kite. Like it was Balloon Boy, right? Remember that? We were following this kite because I'm like 6.
Yeah.
And I remember crying over my lost kite.
Yep, I did the same.
It's exactly right.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we need to do a GoFundMe for Riker's.
This is his sign to get a drone.
Luckily,
got a little bit more control.
He actually has a drone too. He loves this stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he loves this
Yeah,
stuff.
don't blame him.
Put a little fishing hook on the drone and tow the plane out of there.
See, that's what I said. I said, let's get the drone and knock the plane out of the tree. And Amy said, well, no, because then we'll get the drone stuck in the tree, too.
Stuck, right. Didn't get a drone to get the drone to get the... No,
you know what the thing is, though? I made it all better. You know how? I said, let's go to McDonald's and get a Happy Meal. And that is exactly what we did. All right, 5:53. Okay, so coming up, going to start doing a deep dive on all of these topics. All the latest in Minnesota, what happened yesterday or last night in Portland, the absolute and complete lies that the media and the governor is telling about what happened last night in Portland and what did not happen in Portland as well. Also, some very good economic news is out there as well. And yes, Donald Trump is now saying that he is going to start bombing the cartels in Mexico. Very exciting story. Go to YouTube, take the Daily Dan poll, and tell us what you think. Do you approve of Donald Trump bombing the cartels in Mexico? We'll talk about that as well. Very busy morning. Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Jay's got the news at 6, Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. Protests continue in Iran, and you may be surprised who they're asking to come back into power there. And a Tennessee teacher in hot water. We'll have those stories at 6 on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay and Sam and everybody listening, find a cop today and buy him a donut. Today is Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. And so I didn't want, because, I get so wrapped up in all the stories, sometimes I forget to do the really important things, like mention that July 9th, National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day.
July 9th?
January 9th.
January 9th.
Yeah,
Okay.
I said January.
No, you said July.
Did I?
Yeah. Don't you dare fast forward us to halfway through the year already.
Right.
You know what? I think good things are ahead. I think if we teleported from now to July 9th, we would be stunned at how good America is going to look by July.
In the 52nd state in Greenland.
Anyway, so it's Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. I remember the first time I came in contact with law enforcement. A police officer came to my house. I was like 10 or 11, and somebody accused me of stealing a bike. And so the cop came over to my house, and my dad was there. And it turned out, obviously, it was my bike. I'm not a bicycle stealer. And he was so cool. And my dad wanted to, sort of get me used to being around police officers, engaged me at the, tender age of 10 or 11 in a conversation with this cop. And it was such an amazing experience for such a young kid because I was in awe of the badge and the uniform and the gun and all that kind of stuff. And the officer could not have been nicer. So that was, my first time appreciating law enforcement. And that was, again, when I was like 10 or 11 years old. And my appreciation for law enforcement continues to this day. It is 6 o'clock on WTN.
It is 6 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, a traffic report, a weather forecast. They are both on the way. Another day of protests across Iran over economic conditions there. Demonstrators have taken to the streets for 12 straight days. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he spoke to the nation today, saying the demonstrators are ruining their own streets to make the president of another country happy. That an apparent reference to President Trump. The demonstrators have also been speaking out in support of the Shah of Iran and his exiled son. ABC's Tom Sufi Burridge, he appeared on the ABC podcast Start Here.
The mere fact that people are out in the streets chanting the name of the Crown Prince, the son of the Shah, the Shah was obviously taken down in the 1979 revolution, has to be a concern to the Iranian regime.
We now turn to right here in Tennessee. A teacher here in the state has been placed on administrative leave pending an investigation into an alleged assault involving a student. This happened back in mid-December. Bedford County Schools reports that a teacher at Harris Middle School has been placed on leave following an incident with a student back on December 18th. Apparently, they're investigating an allegation of assault committed by the teacher who was reported to school leadership and law enforcement. Until the investigation is complete, the teacher will be on administrative leave, according to the school district. And finally, let's get to the market numbers report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. With this morning's report, here's Jim Ryan.
Rising military-related stocks pushed the Dow higher, but falling tech shares dragged down the NASDAQ composite Thursday. The Dow Jones gained 270 points to close at 49,266. The NASDAQ gave up 0.4%. The S&P was unchanged. More Americans appear to have made a resolution to buy a home this year. The average rate for a 30-year fixed is stuck at about 6.1%. Freddie Mac, though, says demand for home mortgages is up more than 20% compared to a year ago. Once a symbol of luxury, or at least stability, Saks Fifth Avenue has fallen on hard times. The company that owns the department store chain is struggling to come up with $1 billion in financing as it ponders a bankruptcy filing. First Colgate, now Crest. Both toothpaste brands have agreed to change their marketing and labeling after the Texas Attorney General complained that kids were being encouraged to put too much on their toothbrushes. Ken Paxton believes that too much fluoride is harmful.
Let's check the stock futures. The Dow up 5, the S&P's up 8.25, the Nasdaq up 65. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. With these wet roads, it is not a good morning on Nashville streets. We've got a crash blocking the left 2 lanes of I-40 eastbound as you approach the Bellevue exit. That's exit 196. And on the other side of town, 65 southbound right before exit 65. That's the Murfreesboro Road exit. A crash there blocking the left 2 lanes. A car spun out of control and crashed into the wall there. And also, something else just popping up in the Rutherford County area. This is 24 westbound just before Almaville Road at exit 70. A crash just happening there. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into a Friday. It is January 9th, and there is a lot going on. Let's get right to it. One of my favorite moments from yesterday, there's a lot of moments, actually. J.D. Vance. Did you see the vice president go out and do this presser, taking on the Washington press corps, the White House press corps? It was really good. And he went out there basically to defend law enforcement. He went out there to defend the Trump administration, and he went out there to defend ICE. So one of the things, and there's a lot of things going on here, and I've got some video coming up, but the Daily Mail has now identified the ICE agent who shot Renee Good in Minnesota. Clearly, you know my opinion. It was self-defense. Now, his name is all over the place at this point. I'm not going to say the guy's name, though. But I do believe that he did the right thing. But yesterday, we had talked about how he had been dragged by an illegal alien convicted sex offender months ago. He had been dragged at 300 feet. Is that what it was? 300 feet? And just horrible, horrible story. So the guy has had experience in dealing with these nut jobs on the left using vehicles as weapons. You know what else they're saying about this dude? He has been unmasked as a hardcore MAGA supporter. Did you read that? Yep. Now, the thing that I love about all of this is that they paint this as something that is negative. Whatever. But to me, he did the right thing. I think it's fine that he's a hardcore MAGA supporter. I think that's great. Also, interestingly enough, he has a Filipino wife, and he did indeed serve in the military. He lives in Minnesota. Neighbors say his wife was nice, and he was a little more low-key and reserved. But, you know, not so shocking is that the media is running with the fact that he was a hardcore MAGA supporter. He is a veteran, and, of course, they're running with his name as well. And they're portraying the woman killed, this Renee Good, as, you know, just some innocent victim. She wasn't. She was a leftist agitator who was trying to prevent ICE from doing their jobs and tried to kill the agent with her car. Now, that's the bottom line. If you choose to disagree with me, that's all fine, well, and good. But J.D. Vance did a presser yesterday, and he went out there and he absolutely eviscerated and owned the media outlets in the room. I want you to listen to this. This was J.D. Vance at his absolute finest.
When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. Yep. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day.
I mean, listen, I opened up the show this morning talking about how there have been protests all across the country overnight. And you have these protesters saying that, I mean, save a life, kill an ICE, and Kristi Noem will hang. Those are some of the chants that are happening across the country. And in my opinion, that is with the help of the mainstream media and the left not being completely honest about what happened in Minnesota and what happened in Portland last night. Now there's word that Renee Good was part of a network, and we've been talking about this the last couple of days. Now the New York Post is reporting that George Soros has been funding these activist organizations on the left that are out there protesting ICE, protesting the Border Patrol as well. I'll get into that. But I love that J.D. Vance is going aggressive.
What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE. I stand with ICE. We stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room.
I love how it went to you people. You people in the media
have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I mean, he's right. Somebody please tell me where J.D. Vance is wrong. He's not. This woman was part of these leftist organizations. They call her an ICE warrior. That's what people called her. You know where she was meeting up with the other left-wing radicals? At her 6-year-old son's school. This school for kids, you want to talk about indoctrination? This school for kids that her 6-year-old was in, it was all about social justice. And so she was hooking up with other left-wing radicals, and that's where she became known as an ICE warrior, where she was, as J.D. Vance just said, she was out there trying to dox ICE, trying to threaten ICE, trying to get, video of ICE doing something wrong or untoward so that they could post it on the socials. Well, congratulations, because your death is being seen all across the world, but not because ICE did something wrong, but because you, Renee Good, put yourself in a position where you were attacking ICE with your vehicle and you were shot dead. You did that to yourself. And so we'll see how this weekend goes as far as riots and the like. It's my hope, obviously, that nothing happens. But you have the left, and they're ratcheting up this anger and solely blaming ICE and the Trump administration and not saying anything about Renee Good's culpability here. And listen, I'm not trying to disparage a woman who was unfortunately shot and killed because of her own actions, but it was because of her own actions. The investigation on this is going to be interesting. You know what's going on now in Minnesota? So now the FBI has decided that they are going to do their own investigation, and they're not going to include local law enforcement or local investigators in Minnesota.
They can't be trusted.
They can't be trusted. That's right, Sam.
You've got the mayor and the governor talking about how they're going to resist.
That's exactly right. So how do you trust any kind of investigation that has anything to do with the mayor or the governor involved? It is 6:16. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News, and let's check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it is going to be rainy and windy this morning. Possible localized flooding as well. A high of 72 today, so at least it's going to be warmer. Flood watch tomorrow until noon. A high of 57. Sunday, cloudy and 43. Talking about the investigation with the FBI and the Trump administration basically doing their own investigation, icing out, if you will, local investigators who no doubt will come up with their own investigation where they will solely blame ICE. And I would say that the FBI and their investigation will be more fair or fairer. Now, John Solomon from Just the News, he's a brilliant reporter. I believe he is also an attorney. I'm almost positive. Will you look up if he's an attorney? So he talked about how the key to all of this lies in the location of that first bullet hole in the windshield. I want you to listen to this. This is John Solomon, Just the News.
There is a singular piece of evidence that's going to be essential to this review. And all the folks that I talked to in the last 24 hours who've investigated officer-involved shootings for decades of experience say that the most important piece of evidence is the bullet hole from the first shot fired by the ICE officer is directly in the front windshield. Why does that mean? What does that mean? Why is that significant? It means the officer had to be in front of the car as it was peeling away, and he was in danger. And I think that when those three elements are reviewed, all of the politics are stripped away.
Yep.
You have a person that was driving at an ICE agent after being lawfully instructed to stop and get out of the car. That's going to make this, according to all the experts I talked to, a legitimate, a tragic but legitimately legal shooting.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. I mean, you look, all you got to do is look at the video. You know what I've noticed, by the way? That every single media outlet has their own use of force experts, and many have stated, look, if the officer feared for his life, he was justified. But you've got all these liberal media outlets that are saying it was a bad shoot because they've got their own use of force experts. And so, as I commented yesterday, this whole thing, the video, the use of force experts, if you are supportive of law enforcement, then you believe it was a good shoot. If you are on the left and you hate law enforcement, you believe that it was a bad shoot. But, you know, J.D. Vance, you heard him talk about who Renee Good was. He said that she was part of this left-wing network. The accusation is that she was part of a group called ICE Watch, who, of course, keep tabs on ICE. And they have chapters all across the country. And you know that she was, obviously, we reported this yesterday, she was trying to stop ICE from doing their job on that fateful day. And she was called an ICE Watch warrior. And so this is something that she can't escape from. This is what she was. This is what she did. But J.D. Vance was asked by Peter Doocy, and this was another great moment in, again, an entire press conference full of great moments. But Peter Doocy asked J.D. Vance, the vice president, all right, so talk a little bit about how she was part of this network of liberals that are anti-ICE, anti-law enforcement, and how they are trying to thwart ICE's ability to do their job, which ultimately led to the death of Renee Good.
You just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it, who's supporting it, who's cheerleading it, and of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
So who is cheerleading it? That would be obviously the media. Who is funding it? That would obviously be George Soros. I mean, look, I'm just some knucklehead talk show host, but the New York Post has all the details, and I've got it for you coming up next. It is 6:21 for Friday, Nashville's Morning News. Jay's got the news at 6:30 in for Joan. Joan will be back on Monday. And Jay, what do we got coming up at 6:30?
Yes, sir, Dan. President Trump now commenting on all those protests in Iran and some congressional Republicans going against the president. We'll tell you what that's about coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$6:22, Dan Mandis here for my window company, Window Nation. Listen, the temperatures by Sunday going to be back down to 43 degrees and cloudy. If you're noticing that your home is getting cold like my home was before I had Window Nation windows put in my home. You've got to call my window company, Window Nation, because right now they've got a great deal going on. One of their best ever, as a matter of fact. Here's the deal. You buy 4, get 4 windows free. That is going on right now at Window Nation. It is a great time to replace all of the windows in your home. Buy 4, get 4 windows free. You call them 866-90-NATION. Tell them I told you to reach out. By the way, you can also get these windows with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. So not only do they provide great customer service, but they've got great deals for you as well. They're always trying to save you money because, yeah, Window Nation knows that times are tough. How do they know that they give great customer service? Well, I'm a customer. That's number one. But number two, they've got a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 45,000 5-star reviews, and they've installed over 3 million windows across the country. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free. That sale going on right now, and you can get them with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Call my window company, Window Nation, 866-90-NATION. Find them online anytime. It is windownation.com. 628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Jay, I've been called a bald POS.
Yes, I see that.
By 2805, and he also wants me to call him so that he and I can debate. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You can't have a debate with someone who doesn't have eyeballs.
Listen, if I want to be called a bald POS, I'll just call my brother. I'll take it from him. I'm not gonna take it from 2805.
I thought that was going a completely different domestic situation.
No. My brother, he and I joke about being bald because we're both bald. But no.
But, you've been covering up the baldness nicely with the scally, and I can't believe you haven't commented in my effort to honor you, Dan.
Oh, look, you've got one on too. Get the camera on Jay. I didn't see you, Jay.
Okay, yeah, I know.
You're way over there.
I know it's hard to see back here, but yeah, I've got the scally in your honor.
Oh,
man.
very good. You look awesome, Jay.
Thank you, Dan.
I've been wearing these things for years and years.
Yeah,
I just started.
I have too, and
yeah. And people are like, asking why I'm suddenly wearing these things. The problem is that the camera. Speaking of being a bald POS. The lights in here the lighting is terrible, and so my bald head literally shines.
It glares onto the glass in front of me, and then I can't see what's happening.
It's a whole thing.
Distraction.
Sam's got to wear sunglasses. It's the whole thing. Anyway, all right, coming up, no 2805. I will not be calling you. Although, I have called people in the past on the super text line. Been very nice. I forget exactly why I called them, but I know that I did and had a great conversation. But no, 2805, I will not be calling you. As a matter of fact, I don't think I'm going to bother to read his. You always know when people are really angry because they've got, the 25, 30 sentences, as they're banging the, thumbing out the text on their phone.
Yeah, he's calling out Matt too, Matt Murphy on this.
Well, you know what? Then I'm with a great one. The great one on WTN, correct. Matt Murphy. All right, got a lot more straight ahead. 6:30 WTN.
It is 6:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, traffic, and weather. We've got them coming up for you. Iran's supreme leader today, in an address to his country, indicated security forces are ready to crack down on demonstrators who have now taken to the streets for almost 2 weeks. The protesters upset over worsening economic conditions in Iran. ABC's Tom Sophie Burridge, he tells the ABC podcast Start Here that this comes after a statement by President Trump about the protests.
On January the 2nd, President Trump made a pretty clear threat to the Iranian regime. He posted online saying, if Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, he wrote, the US will come to their rescue. And he said the U.S. is, quote, locked and loaded and ready to go.
Back here in the U.S., some congressional Republicans going against the wishes of the president. ABC's Christiane Cordero has that story from D.C.
In one key vote, 17 House Republicans joined Democrats to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies for 3 years. Those Obamacare tax credits were a major sticking point during the recent government shutdown. Congress allowed them to expire at the end of last month, a move that's now driving up health insurance premiums for millions of Americans.
Over in the Senate, 5 Republicans voted to join the Democrats in voting yes in a test vote on war powers resolutions that could block more military action in Venezuela without congressional approval. But if it actually passed in the Senate, it's unclear if it would pass in the House and would probably face a presidential veto. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are on the way. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 6:32, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. And my store for all things 2A is the Glock store. And, of course, over the holidays, my friends and family, we were talking about the new Gen 6, and they are out, and they are amazing. They've got the new optic system, the RTF6 texturing, and that flat face trigger, among other things, really optimized to make you a better shooter, the Gen 6. And Glock Store wants to make sure that you can get one. You can pre-order yours right now by going to the Glock Store. Now, they've already received that first shipment, and they were gone in a matter of days. They've got, of course, the Gen 6 G17s, 19s, and 45s sold out quickly. So, yes, pre-ordering is the way to go, and the Glock Store is your place to do it. So head on over to the Glock Store and check out your options at the rental counter. If you'd like, you can even shoot one if you want to try it out. These new Gen 6s, I am told they are amazing. I want to get down there and try them out myself. Now, when you mention my name, go to the Glock store, go to the rental counter, mention my name. You can get an extra magazine when you pick one up, your new Gen 6 Glock. Yeah, mention my name, you get your new Gen 6 and an extra magazine. Now, this is a limited time offer and only from the Glock store. The Glock store, minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere, glockstore.com, shoot270.com.
Yeah, traffic is quite the problem here on the wet roads this morning. 24 westbound just before Almaville Road in Smyrna. A crash reported there. Still dealing with things on 40 eastbound past the Bellevue exit. There was a crash blocking lanes. It's over to the shoulder now, but still residual backups. Also 24 westbound at Waldron Road. A crash reported, as well as 840 westbound just past exit 76. This is Wilson County. We've got a crash there. That's blocking the right lane and right shoulder. And finally, Williamson County, 65 northbound. As you get close to McEwen Drive, a crash reported. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here for a Friday. Dan Mandis here along with Sam Rutherford, Jay Harper doing the news. Joan is back on Monday. So this happened on CNN. I just, in the previous segment, I was playing some audio from J.D. Vance in this absolutely epic press conference yesterday where he took on the media. And I thought that it was a great moment for J.D. Vance because, number one, the Trump administration is trusting him with messaging. And I believe that the vice president, number one, I think that he is probably, I mean, some of you folks may disagree with me on this, but I believe that J.D. Vance is the best messenger in the Trump administration, right? He's better than Caroline Leavitt. And he's better than Marco Rubio. And no offense to Donald Trump, he is a lot better than Donald Trump. He is very concise. And so I just played you that audio where he was talking about who Renee Good was. So this is a moment that happened on CNN. I want you to listen to this because there is this whole notion that talking about how Renee Good was part of this, the woman that was shot and killed in Minneapolis, there is this whole theory that it is a conspiracy theory to say that Renee Good was part of a leftist organization, and their whole reason for being, their whole mission is to stop ICE from doing their job. This is a moment that happened on CNN.
Up until this point, the administration hasn't provided any proof at all that there is some kind of grand conspiracy to explain the pushback that we are seeing across the country to ICE's actions. Why is it that they have to resort to conspiracies rather than just addressing the fact that this stuff is controversial?
This, of course, Abby Phillip on CNN.
It is divisive.
My God, the left calling the right divisive. Really? Because it seems to me like the left and the media are the ones that are being hardcore divisive and not, number one, not reporting all the facts as far as what happened in Minnesota, and now trying to say that, oh, Renee Good, she was just out for a Wednesday joyride when she just happened along the members of ICE trying to do their jobs, and they unlawfully and needlessly shot this innocent mother.
By nature.
Well, the New York Post is reporting tonight that she was part of a local organization and she was labeled as an ICE warrior. Her role was to go out and impede ICE to do videos and stalk these guys. I mean, can we not just admit right here, right now, can we all agree, but for her actions, we would not be having this discussion tonight?
No, we
that
can't
is
all agree
absolutely
that.
true.
No,
Think about
we
this.
absolutely
Yes.
cannot all agree
Oh,
that.
yeah, no,
This is
no,
bananas.
absolutely.
This is what is bananas about? Breathe, Mandis, breathe. You know your voice goes up 9 octaves when you get upset. Nobody wants to hear that at 6:40 on a Friday. She was an ICE. She was part of this anti-ICE organization, New York Post. The mom who was killed by a federal agent after veering her car towards him was an anti-ICE warrior and was part of a group of activists who worked to document and resist the federal immigration crackdown in Minnesota. The New York Post can reveal that person you just heard is a Republican strategist by the name of Lance Trover. And here's the incredible thing. Basically, he said, can we all not just admit that if she was not out there trying to prevent ICE from doing their job, that she would be alive today? I mean, her car, and we've all talked about this ad nauseum. Her car was parked sideways in the road, blocking the roadway. And she had been stalking the ICE all day, so they knew exactly who she was. And it was her mission as part of this anti-ICE organization to document and prevent them from doing their job. From the New York Post, Good, who moved to the city last year, linked up with an anti-ICE activist through, this is so crazy, her 6-year-old son's woke charter school, which boasts that it puts social justice first and prioritizes involving kids in political and social activism, according to multiple local sources. One mom, she was a warrior. She died doing what was right, says a mother named Lisa, whose child attends the same school, telling the New York Post at a growing vigil where Good was killed on Wednesday. Ice Watch recently shared an Instagram post of the group, which encouraged agitators to bring items that would help them barricade the streets around where the shooting took place, even urging people to bring things to burn, such as dried up Christmas trees.
So I love how the strategist, Lance, that was his name?
Lance Trover.
Yeah, brought it up because he proved the opposite, right? He says, well, but for her actions, none of this would happen.
Right.
And basically, when they replied with their nose, oh, no. You're admitting that ICE was there to shoot somebody. You believe in your mind that ICE was there with the explicit intent to murder somebody if you can't admit that this woman's actions are the reason her life was ended.
But see, you and I believe that sounds ridiculous. ICE is obviously not going out and trying to hunt American citizens to kill. People on the left actually say and believe that. People on the left actually believe that ICE is going out there trying to just find random reasons to kill either Americans or illegal aliens or whatever. They think the absolute worst of ICE. By the way, here's more from that segment. This is Lance Trover taking on a whole bunch of Democrats on CNN, Abby Phillips' show.
What's happening again is once again, one side is painting the other side as if we are terrorists, as if we are radicals. We've got the vice president calling her deranged, a deranged leftist.
What was she doing there, Lee? What was she doing?
Do you honestly want to know?
You tell me.
Okay.
But listen to this. You know what? I got to do traffic. So I'm going to play this audio coming up next. By the way, this Lee McGowan is author of A Return to Common Sense. She has no common sense when you hear what she has to say, and that's all straight ahead. 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. As far as your weather for today, got a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and high eventually going to be about 67. On Saturday, we've got flood watches. What do we have on Saturday? I've lost my weather. We've got...
We're going to have a flood watch in the morning until about noon because of all the rain, and then it's going to cool down to about 43 on Sunday, dipping into the 20s Sunday night.
All right. Very good. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right. Let's get back to the absolute ridiculousness of Lee McGowan, and she is arguing with a Republican strategist. The question at hand, why was Renee Good where ICE was trying to block the highway? We all know what she was trying to do, but this is what the left believes that she was trying to do.
She was there in her car after dropping her child off at school. She was shot at 9.
Blocking 2 lanes of traffic, right?
She was not blocking 2 lanes of traffic because we both watched her wave 2 people around her car. They drove around her car, so she was not blocking 2 lanes of traffic. Then when they told her to move, she backed up and she drove. I've said this a million times. That's not the point.
She backed up and drove into an ICE agent. I mean... How ridiculously airbrained can you be? She backed up. There was an ICE agent right in front of her, and she started going forward. And the video shows her actually hitting said ICE agent. Now, I will admit, there's some people that are saying the video does not show that. The video that I've seen makes it look like the ICE agent was hit. But here's the thing. When we look at hopefully the uniform cameras, the body cam, maybe we'll find out more.
Oh, he had his cell phone rolling.
Yeah, she may have had the cell phone rolling as well. And again, she was stalking ICE in the hours previous to the incident. And by the way, she was also ordered out of the car, and she refused. You know what? Had she not been stalking ICE, had she gotten out of the car like ICE told her to, and had she not driven forward when she wasn't supposed to, Renee Good would still be alive.
What was she doing there?
The point, it doesn't matter what she was doing there. No, okay, so I'm walking down the street.
Impeding legal
She was not impeding anyone.
She
was not impeding anyone.
Let me
This is
just say
completely
this.
bananas.
It doesn't actually matter why she was there. She
Oh, of
didn't
course not.
deserve.
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
She
It
didn't
absolutely
deserve to
matters.
die.
Look,
It doesn't matter why I'm in this jewelry store at 2 o'clock in the morning. Don't look at me.
Here's the thing: did she deserve to die? Is that not a loaded statement?
Very much so.
So did she deserve to? Somebody asked me, did she deserve to die? No, but what she did do was she put herself in a position where the chances of her dying were greatly increased. Right? So that's fair to say. I mean, nobody deserves to die unless they're a child molester or whatever, but she did things that put her life in danger from when she woke up in the morning and she decided to utilize her car to stalk ICE, follow ICE, and block ICE from doing their job. I don't feel like I need to air the rest of this segment. I'll go ahead and post this if you want. But it is insanity all the way around. But this is just an example of the Democrats and how they refuse to look at the reality of the situation. In fairness, though, be honest with you, there's probably like 2805 on the super text line. There are people that disagree with me, and that's all fine. That's all fine, well and good. If you're going to disagree with us, that's what America's all about. The difference, though, is that I'm willing to listen to the other side. I'm just going to disagree. But here's the deal. When they're talking about this, the whole point of that CNN segment was that you had the Republicans saying, well, this is a movement that is being paid for. And the Democrats are saying, oh, no, it's a conspiracy theory. Well, I just told you about how Renee Good was part of these organizations that were all about violent resistance. The ICE agents have faced an unprecedented spike in car attacks, surging by some 32,000 over the last year. I think I just saw a graphic on Fox News. That's now up to 8,000% is what they're saying, the increase in attacks and threats on ICE. Radical leftist groups, including one financed with $7.8 million from progressive billionaire George Soros, are behind the anti-ICE protests in Minnesota, the New York Post has learned. Indivisible Twin Cities, which describes itself as a grassroots group of volunteers, has led many of the protests against ICE raids in Minnesota, where Renee Nicole Good was shot dead Wednesday after allegedly trying to mow down an ICE agent with her vehicle. Indivisible is an offshoot of the Indivisible Project in Washington, D.C., which bills itself as a movement to defeat the Trump agenda and received $7,850,000 from the Soros Open Society Foundations between 2018 and 2023, according to public records. The controversial group was also behind recent pro-Venezuela protests and No Kings demonstrations as well against the Trump administration throughout the country last year. I mean, I've talked about this. I can't tell you how many times I've done this same topic. George Soros, leftist, progressive, Open Society Foundation, he ultimately gives to these local organizations. These local organizations give the money to the local agitators. That is how they afford to, buy bricks and print up their flyers. And the other thing that they do is they train these people on how to be agitators. They train them on what to say, what not to say, how far they can go and so forth. And that's what they do. So, yeah, I mean, I believe it's common knowledge, whatever, but...
And those people are called useful idiots.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They are useful idiots. And ultimately, at times, it leads to tragedy. So, I don't know. That is the latest on what is going on in Minnesota. We are seeing overnight, we saw protests all across the country. This weekend is going to be interesting because people are going to be off work. And we'll see what happens if these protests turn violent over the weekend. Let's hope not. We'll have to wait and just see what happens. I know that the law enforcement is going to be out in force, and that clearly is a good thing. It is 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Jay Harper is in for Joan Jones, and she's back Monday. Jay's got the news at 7.
Yeah, Dan, coming up at the top of the hour, another shooting involving federal agents, this one on the West Coast. Also, the trial of a former Uvalde, Texas police officer continues today. We'll have those stories at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Wow. I love what Ham has to say here. Listen to this real quick. If this woman, Renee Good, just happened to be run over by an illegal alien that was drunk, we would never know her name from the mouth of the left. Absolute truth. 6:53, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, if you need a great gift for a loved one, rings, watches, earrings, money clips, rings, you name it, they've got it at Brentwood Jewelry. Their tagline, and I was just there a couple of weeks ago, their tagline, exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of the Mandis house. As a matter of fact, I got Amy another great pair of earrings from Brentwood Jewelry for the holidays. You know, they've been around for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry has been proudly serving the Brentwood community with exceptional style and exceptional deals every single day. Now, y'all know how much I appreciate family-owned businesses. They are a family-owned and operated business spanning 3 generations, deeply rooted in their community, from Salem's service in Special Forces to his sons working as local firefighters. The Amamali family is dedicated to giving back in a time that it is imperative to support local. You need to shop Brentwood Jewelry. So as I said, if you need a great gift for somebody special, check out Brentwood Jewelry, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com. 6:58, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. There was a moment on CNN. I'm trying to get it onto the computer here. Here we go. All right. So this was really funny. Remember that J.D. Vance blasted CNN during that press conference yesterday? So there is, and I've got video, there is a CNN reporter, and she is in Minneapolis, and she's reporting from the scene as there's chaos all around her, and she is approached by one of the activists. Listen to this.
A growing smaller crowd. This is controlled. The scene spans several blocks. We are here at Portland Avenue and East 35th, but it goes at least 2 or 3 blocks.
Who are you? Who do you work
thank
for?
you.
Who do
Hold
you
on.
work
I'm
for?
sorry. We're with CNN. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
So you heard what happened, right? So what would have happened if this reporter was with Fox News? I mean, she would have gotten pummeled. It's okay. I'm on your side, agitator. I'm on your side, left-wing agitator. I'm with CNN.
And East 35th, but it goes at least 2 or 3 blocks.
Who are you? Who do you work
thank
for?
you.
Who do
Hold
you
on.
work
I'm
for?
sorry. We're with CNN. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
It's okay. I'm with CNN. I'm on your side. Go burn another car. Good. Go try and run over another ICE agent. Go try to kill a Border Patrol agent, right? I mean, that's CNN. It's okay. I'm on your side. We're on your side. Anyway, got a lot more straight ahead, including some really good economic news. We've got that. And why are people really, really angry in California? Got some local news as well that we didn't get to this week because it has been so busy. It's all straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
It is 7 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll get you a weather forecast and a really ugly traffic report, unfortunately. Another shooting involving federal agents, this time on the West Coast in Portland, Oregon, where Customs and Border Patrol repeatedly and reportedly, though, opened fire while conducting a targeted stop on a vehicle Thursday. ABC's Trevor Ault is out in Portland with more on the local officials' response.
Portland police say they learned of the shooting after a person in the truck called 911 about 40 blocks from where the shooting happened.
Police are en route. It looks like caller saying that he was shot twice by ICE and his wife was shot as well.
The mayor is now calling on immigration enforcement operations to end in Portland while an investigation plays out.
Well, they failed to point out that those involved in that shooting were illegal immigrants and part of the Tres Agua. Well, you know who they are. Anyway, overnight, the state's attorney general confirms they will be looking into that shooting. Testimony resuming today in the criminal trial of a former Uvalde schools officer accused of endangering students during that shooting at Robb Elementary back in 2022.
Jurors heard deeply emotional testimony on Thursday from 4 teachers who recounted the traumatic moments when the shooting began in Uvalde. Former after-school coordinator Amy Marin told jurors that she did everything she could to notify 911 dispatchers about the location of the shooting.
Actually going to be part of this along with the FBI, but then the FBI said that they were taking over the investigation on their own. And so Governor Walz here in Minnesota and others have called on the federal government to allow state investigators to be part of this. But right now it looks like the FBI is moving forward on its own.
Let's take a look at the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. The stock futures, the Dow up 25, the S&P up 8 3/4, the NASDAQ up 54. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Well, let's move out west of the city. This near Pegram. It's on I-40 eastbound, just past exit 192. A wreck there blocking the right lane. 24 eastbound. This is at least headed out of the city past Haywood Lane. We've got the left lane blocked. Got a car that's crashed into the wall there. 24 westbound at Waldron Road. A crash reported there as well. 40 eastbound past Bellevue. We've got a crash also. The right shoulder's blocked. We've got a semi and a school bus that have hooked up, apparently. 40 westbound at Fessler's Lane due to a crash there. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News for a Friday on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Wet roadways and got a lot of traffic issues. We've got your next traffic report coming up in about 8 minutes now, 7:15 on Super Talk 99.7. Right now, it is indeed 7:07, and we've got a lot to do in this hour. Some really good economic news is coming your way. That story for you. Donald Trump wants to pay off the people of Greenland, one of my favorite stories of the day, and also the Trump administration talking about bombing the drug cartels in Mexico. So all of that straight ahead here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You just heard Jay reporting on what happened in Portland last night. There's a number of things that happened last night. We do have protests happening all across the country. And they are basically chanting, Kristi Noem will hang, and they're also protesting Save a Life, Kill an ICE. And so those are the chants from the left. And you're going to hear a lot more of that, more than likely, over the weekend. There was a Border Patrol shooting in Portland, Oregon last night. So it turns out the bad guys were Tren de Aragua, and one was part of a prostitution ring, and the other was apparently involved in a recent shooting there in Portland. So they get pulled over. I mean, when have you heard this before? They get pulled over. They identified themselves as the Border Patrol, and the bad hombres tried to run them over with their car, using their car as a weapon. The driver was a man. The passenger was a woman. Both were injured in the shooting. Now, I want you to listen to, there's a couple of different talking points here that I find interesting. Number one, obviously, you have the Border Patrol, and they found these two, and they tried to use their car as a weapon, just like the agitators on the left are demanding. That's number one. Number two, though, is that when you when you hear this story, nobody is mentioning that these two were part of Tren de Aragua. Listen to what the governor said. This is the governor of Oregon, Tina Kotek. Need some audio if I could, please. This is Tina Kotek, the governor for Oregon.
We are standing here today, united as a state, wanting peace and safety in our communities. We are all shaken and outraged by another terrible, unnecessary, violent event instigated by the reckless agenda of the Trump administration. This time in our own state, in our largest city, coming just one day after the tragedy in Minnesota.
You know, it's interesting. She says it was instigated by the Trump administration. I would say no, it was instigated by the two members of Tren de Aragua who tried to run over the Border Patrol with their vehicle. You know, no kudos to the Border Patrol for getting these bad people off the street. Nothing but lies by the governor of Oregon in an attempt to cover up the fact that it is her sanctuary state policies where they welcome in illegal criminal aliens and these Tren de Aragua gang members into their state. It's unbelievable. The mayor, because that was the governor of Portland, listen to what the mayor of Portland, Oregon had to say about this. And again, you'll hear that the mayor of Portland is lying about what happened last night. Listen.
We know what the federal government says happened here. There was a time when we could take them at their word. That time is long past. That is why we are calling on ICE to halt all operations in Portland until a full and independent investigation can take place. Our community deserves answers.
Well, it's interesting because, and again, that is the mayor, Keith Wilson. They're not advertising that these two were part of Tren de Aragua. And yes, they are demonizing the Border Patrol and ICE and the Trump administration. So this is something that we're going to be hearing for the next couple of days. Obviously, we know what happened in Minnesota. Now we have the shooting in Oregon. I want to play some audio from some lawmakers out of Oregon and out of Portland specifically. There is a congresswoman named Janelle Bynum, and this is her response to the Border Patrol shooting a couple of Tren de Aragua gang members. This isn't law enforcement. It's state-sponsored terrorism, she says. Stop blanking with us. And she drops down the F-bomb, right? Stop effing with us. She says this is the second shooting this week by agents following the orders of a wannabe dictator who is trying to take over cities and rule by instilling terror in the hearts of the American people. When the president deployed his guardsmen to our city earlier this year, we told him their presence was unwelcome and unhelpful. Today, we saw just how dangerous this is. We need these street goons gone. Get to steppin'. That's the words of Janelle Bynum.
Time to be censored. She's lying, calling it state-sponsored terrorism.
Well, obviously.
And the narcissism to have, your own letterhead like that. Good Lord, man.
Well, here's the thing, and again, not to keep belaboring the point, but nowhere does she admit that these two were gang members. So then she appears on CNN, and they actually asked her, so you actually called the Border Patrol and law enforcement goons. Was that appropriate?
Well, there's a difference between law enforcement and state-sponsored terrorism, and that is what I'm seeing. We need to be focused on developing a strong immigration policy. Instead, they wanted us to vote on showerheads today. I mean, this is what the administration is bringing forth. They're not being serious about protecting our borders, protecting our state, and enforcing our national policy on immigration. They're just playing goons.
So she uses the term goons again. So, number one, obviously the Trump administration has very effective immigration policy. We know that because of the closed border. So that's number one. But number two, here they are, not so shocking, siding with Tren de Aragua. Got a little bit more on this. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you. As far as your weather goes, rain and wind this morning, possible localized flooding as well. A high of 72, flood watch tomorrow until noon. A high of 57, Sunday, clouds and a cooler 43 degrees. So you just heard the words of Janelle Bynum. She is a congressperson out of the fine state of Oregon, saying that Donald Trump does not have an immigration policy. Obviously, he does. It is working. It is keeping people and gangs like Tren de Aragua out. But the problem is that during the Biden administration, he let them all in. And now the Democrats in all of these Democrat-run cities and states, these sanctuary cities and states, they're trying to protect Tren de Aragua. Another woman, a Portland City Councilwoman, was asked this question about Tren de Aragua. Listen to this exchange. Again, this was on CNN.
If they are, in fact, going after gang members who are involved in a prostitution ring, involved in a shooting, and trying to get those people off the streets, isn't that a good thing? And is it also problematic if their car is coming at them, potentially trying to kill them?
I mean, believe it or not, actual journalism happening sort of on CNN, because they did report, you're talking about a couple of Tren de Aragua gang members. This is a local Portland City Councilwoman. And wait till you hear this answer. Listen to this.
I laugh because there are just so many ways that the federal government is trying to make excuses for their behavior when at the end of the day, you do not need to shoot first and ask questions later.
So according to this councilwoman, the Trump administration is using excuses to shoot people. So the anchor literally asked, isn't it problematic that they're gang members and they're driving their vehicle towards the Border Patrol? And she says, oh, they're just using excuses to shoot people. That is absolute lunacy.
Right. And so if this is a country that respects due process and justice, then we do not need to accept that being a standard for how you do law enforcement in this country, whether you are police, ICE, CBP. So I don't accept that premise. And I think we deserve better in our justice system when it comes to tackling crime. That's not good enough.
All right. So there you go.
She's pro due process, right? And the officer goes through his due process of, I've told you to stop the vehicle. I've told you to get out of the vehicle. Now you're driving the vehicle towards me and I've got to defend myself. He went through his process. What more do you want him to do? That's
exactly right. That is exactly right. See, the problem is, and I've played all this audio and from, CNN and, all of these Democrats talking about this and members of the media, and they don't make any sense. And the problem is that clearly they're not looking at all the facts. They don't want to admit to all of the facts, or they choose to ignore all of the facts. I mean, in 1 week, we've seen 2 different cases of leftists using their cars to try and run down law enforcement, something very conveniently that the leftists that have been interviewed don't really even want to either accept or talk about. I mean, let me tell you something. I would ask, Janelle Bynum or whoever this Portland City Councilman is, if you had a gun, and they wouldn't, but if you had a gun and it was loaded and somebody was driving a car towards you, what would you do? Would you try to defend yourself against a, 2 or 3 ton moving vehicle that is going towards you? No? It's just, they refuse to look at the facts and come up with a rational conclusion. Now, the media, and again, the leftists both times clearly taking the sides of the gang members, for example, in Portland, and taking the side of the leftist agitator in Minnesota. And they're not telling you the whole truth. And then when the truth is presented, when the truth is told, what do? They take the side in the Oregon case, they take the side of the prostitution ringleaders of Tren de Aragua. By the way, another congresswoman out there in Portland, in Oregon, Maxine Dexter, is demanding that ICE end operations in Portland. And by the way, honey, it wasn't ICE, it was the Border Patrol. But she says ICE has done nothing but inject terror, chaos, and cruelty into our communities. Trump's immigration machine is using violence to control our communities. Can I ask, how much violence is Tren de Aragua injecting into the communities? Fair question.
Didn't they take over whole apartment complexes in Colorado?
In Aurora, Colorado. They sure did. So Biden let them in. States like Oregon welcome them into their neighborhoods, in Colorado and other states as well. They allow them to take hold in their neighborhoods. Then when they simply try and when the Border Patrol and ICE try to arrest them, get them off the streets, the left, they have fits and they complain and they start yelling at ICE and the Border Patrol. And they're trying to kill law enforcement. And these politicians are simply flat out lying about what happened, or they take the side of the bad guys. It is insanity. I mean, this is the level that the Democrats have unfortunately sunk to. And by the way, I told you one of those gang members was also part of this prostitution ring. You'll love this. There is some leaked 911 dispatch information on the shooting in Portland, and on the screen, it was like a screenshot or something of a computer. There was a phone number, and when somebody called the phone number, you know what it was? It was an escort service. So one of these phone numbers that was given, it was, I think it was a phone number that one of these, bad people called, one of these Trinidad Iragua gang members called. The phone number went to an escort service. That's the kind of people that we are dealing with here. And again, the Democrats taking their side. We'll see again what happens this weekend. Coming up, we've got some really good economic news and something the Trump administration is looking to do. I thought this was interesting. The Trump administration is now looking to ban some of these corporations from buying homes that are for sale. That is going to help supply and demand for you if you're trying to buy a home. Details straight ahead. 7:22, Jay's got the news at 7:30. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. The FBI now leading the Minneapolis ICE shooting investigation. And as you can imagine, a lot of local authorities not happy about that. Also, Iran threatening to crack down on protesters. We'll have those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here from Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, you can start the year off stress-free and sell your home with Mark Spain Real Estate and their guaranteed offer. You're going to save time, make the most money, and eliminate all that hassle. You're not going to have to worry about that hassle of constant cleanings and making costly repairs to sell your home. No. With Mark Spain's guaranteed offer, you can receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry and move when you're ready. No showings, no open houses, and no stress. One of their satisfied clients, Andre, said, I had an excellent experience working with Mark Spain Real Estate. They were professional, knowledgeable, and incredibly responsive. They made what could have been a stressful experience seamless and straightforward. And he says, I highly recommend Mark Spain Real Estate. You know, selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you are ever going to make. So who you work with matters. Now, listen to this. They've got over 14,000 five-star reviews. You can trust the most experienced real estate team in America to sell your home quickly and for top dollar. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime, markspain.com, to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. 728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Such a busy news day and such a busy news week. You know, Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison, they are going to be hearing from the House Oversight Committee, but through a subpoena. And this is Anna Paulina Luna, and this was earlier this week, saying that she is going to refer them for criminal charges. Listen.
I would like to make criminal referrals regarding Governor Walz as well as AG Ellison. As you know, U.S. Code 371 and U.S. Code 2, which deals with criminalized conspiracies to defraud the United States and establishes liability for individuals who knowingly aid or abet the commission of federal offense, includes willful blindness or deliberate inaction where duties to act exist. So I will be referring them later on today.
Yeah, there you go. Anna Paulina Luna. I can't wait for February 10th. February 10th is when Tim Walz is supposed to, I'm not sure about Keith Ellison, but Tim Walz is supposed to go in front of the House Oversight Committee and James Comer. I have a feeling by then, because we are still finding out more and more about the Somali fraud in Minnesota, I have a feeling that by then they will be pleading the fifth. We'll have to see. It is 7:30 on WTN.
It is 7:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Traffic and weather are mere moments away. The FBI now taking over the investigation into the deadly shooting in Minneapolis involving an ICE agent. 37-year-old Renee Good was killed in that incident. Federal officials now have said that she was using her SUV to try to run over law enforcement. But local and state officials say they don't see it that way. ABC News contributor and former NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce, he's been looking at that video of the incident.
I see an officer getting struck by a vehicle, unknown how hard he was struck, fire once, and then in quick succession move to his right and fire another 2 shots. Shots 2 and 3 are the issue here, and that officer will have to explain himself why he fired those 2 rounds.
We now move over to Iran, where the supreme leader there today signaling harsher crackdowns that could be coming for protesters as he criticizes U.S. involvement. ABC's Maggie Ruley has details.
President Trump again saying the U.S. will, quote, hit very hard if Iran's government kills or imprisons people. Just this morning, Iran's supreme leader claiming the protesters are trying to make the president of another country happy. Now, it's difficult to know exactly what is happening on the ground because of that widespread blackout of internet and phone lines. But already it's been reported that at least 42 people have been killed in these protests, more than 2,000 arrested.
Back here in Tennessee, 2 individuals wanted in Tennessee have been arrested after a license plate reader alerted police to a stolen vehicle in Mount Juliet. That's according to the police department there. Officers, they got an alert from an LPR yesterday about a stolen vehicle that came into the city limits on Lebanon Road. Police were able to coordinate a plan to arrest the suspects while avoiding a pursuit. Police found a GMC Envoy. It was parked at a restaurant, and the suspects were sitting in the car, and police arrested them at that time. The suspects have been identified as a 41-year-old Lawrenceburg woman and another person, a 42-year-old Lawrenceburg man. Both were wanted out of Lawrence County. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Nashville's demolition derby continues here this morning. We've got a crash on Ellington Parkway blocking the left lane. This is southbound just before Spring Street. A couple of issues in Antioch, 24 westbound before Hickory Hollow, a crash. Another just past Haywood Lane. 40 eastbound, the off-ramp to the airport at 216A. It's partially blocked. There is a wreck there. And also another crash, 40 westbound, just past Fessler's Lane. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
(7:36) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you for a Friday. I don't know about you, but I am really glad it is Friday. It has been quite the news week and could be a very interesting weekend as these activist groups that we've been talking about all day are mobilizing in cities across America. We had some really good economic news yesterday, and I got to tell you that, and I've said this often, so just bear with me, but the Democrats, I believe, will rue the day when they made affordability the cornerstone for their midterm election bid. Let's hear what happened, courtesy of CNBC. This was yesterday.
Go up. This is unreal, the movement in this number. Minus $29.4 billion. We cut it basically in half.
Yeah, we're talking about the trade deficit.
We cut it in half. Just consider this. In March, it was $136 billion. Right now, it's a whisker under $30 billion. We haven't been that small in a long time. I don't have enough records here to go back that far.
Yeah, 2009. 2009 is the last time we had this low of a trade deficit. That is huge. We also had some great economic news with the Atlanta Fed. They're saying that the GDP forecast for the fourth quarter that just passed, 5.4%. They have surged it to 5.4%. Basically, of course, if you know anything about the GDP, that means we have a healthy GDP, or gross domestic product. That basically means that our economy is surging. What has Donald Trump done to help our economy? The deregulation, my opinion, the tariffs, the job creation, it is all working. So on the news with that deficit now, the U.S. trade deficit cut in half, that means that the Atlanta Fed, again, has surged the GDP forecast for the fourth quarter that just passed to 5.4%. That is huge. Now, one of the things that's going on, 9.5 months ago, that's what they were saying on CNBC, that trade deficit was at $136 billion. It is now under $30 billion. So 9.5 months ago, Donald Trump was in office, 3 months? It was at $136 billion. Now it is under $30 billion. Again, lowest number since 2009. Now, what does that mean? What does it mean when the trade deficit is cut in half? It means that products are being made here. That means jobs in our country, in our economy. That means more money is coming into America, and Americans have more money in their pockets. That is good for the churn of our economy. And by the way, it's really just smart to be less reliant on goods coming into our country from places like China, obviously. Now, the other side of this, and I'm just going to tell you, hate to be a Danny Downer on a Friday, but with our trade deficit cut in half, what that also means is that by reducing all of those cheaper goods coming into our country, that means that some things will actually be more expensive. Now, we'll have to see ultimately how that whole thing plays out. But bottom line is a lot of people are excited by the economic indicators that we're seeing. More good news, a positive layoff intention numbers came out. This was, I guess, yesterday. United States companies are announcing fewer layoffs, which means more people are working. They also plan to, according to the numbers, companies plan to add more jobs. So, in a sentence, fewer layoffs, more hiring. These numbers, by the way, also beat expectations. And again, what happened in 2026? What has Donald Trump done? Deregulation. He also made it possible for companies to write off CapEx expenses. So everything the president is doing is helping our economy. Now, I know that there's a lot of people that are going to say, yes, but stuff is still expensive. I agree with you. I do. Groceries are still expensive. But look at gas prices. Gas prices are still really low. I believe that inflation is, first of all, the inflation has obviously cooled way down, and I believe that eventually inflation is going to go down. Now, after all of these numbers broke, Scott Bessent was giving a speech to the Economic Club of Minnesota, and this is part of what Scott Bessent had to say.
President Trump inherited these very problems when he took office last January, and he has since fixed them one by one. In just one short year, President Trump has delivered a historic economic turnaround to put our country back on the path to prosperity. And news alert, the numbers today are starting to show it. The trade balance was the best since 2009, and the layoff intentions, they are the lowest since 2024. So we are back on track. In 2025, the president laid the foundation for powerful economic growth with the historic passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, which is actually the Working Families Tax Cut Act. Trade deals that rewrote decades of government misalignment and an ambitious deregulation agenda that empowered American entrepreneurs and business. Now, in 2026, we will reap the rewards of President Trump's America First agenda.
Makes a lot of sense. Inflation slowing down, more jobs, fewer layoffs. We've been talking about the trade deficit shrinking. The tax cuts, by the way, in the Big Beautiful Bill, they are now in place. As I mentioned, gas prices are going down. So the president has now switched his focus because he can do many things at once. He is now focused on, with the passage of the Big Beautiful Bill, the housing market. You know what he's announced? A couple of things. First of all, he's ordered the federal government to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds. This came down, I think it was yesterday. So the president says that by ordering the feds to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds, that will lower mortgage rates. Economists are saying this could cut rates by 1/4 to 1/2 of a point. That would be great news for people that want to buy a home. That means that the interest rates will not be as high. Now, the other folks, the critics, of course, there's always critics. So I'm just giving you both sides. The critics are saying that even though they're going to be lowering those mortgage rates, it won't impact the actual cost of the homes, which we all know really expensive these days. But it will help people with lower lending terms. And so, listen, every little bit helps. At least the president is doing something. And that's huge. So ordering the federal government to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds, that'll lower the mortgage rates by 1/4 to 1/2 a point. That is good news. Every little bit helps. And now the president is making moves to, listen to this, ban large institutional investors from buying up single-family homes. So you know what's been going on? It's all about supply and demand. So you have some of these massive corporations that go in and they buy up single-family homes. And that really leaves the families out in the cold. Donald Trump is now saying, no, I'm not going to allow that to happen. What I'm going to do is ban these large corporations from buying these homes. So there's a big debate going on in the real estate industry about this. We're going to talk about that coming up next. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. 7:45 on Super Talk 99.7. Windy this morning, rain as well. We've got showers and maybe some thunderstorms. But yesterday, or I should say tomorrow, could be worse. A flood watch tomorrow until noon, a high of 57. We've got some localized flooding possible today, high of 72. Sunday, clouds and 43. So I've got a real estate friend who was talking about why there is so little inventory in Nashville. And really this applies to all over the country. And she says it's because these companies like Blackstone, and there's some others as well, but what they do is they come in and they scoop up all of those single family homes and turns them into rental units. And what that does is that leaves families out in the cold because it's all about supply and demand. So the president coming in and saying, all right, you know what? Blackstone is one of these companies. You're not allowed to buy these homes anymore. We've got to leave some inventory for the families. Now, to me, that makes a lot of sense. I understand that there's another side. You will have people that will say, you know, these big corporations, they're buying such a small amount of the inventory. This won't make much of a difference. William Pulte, the Federal Housing Finance Agency director, he talked about this on CNBC, and he says, oh, no, this will make a difference.
Is Blackstone a target of the administration?
Look, what's a target of the administration is getting the American dream back on track after 4 years of Joe Biden destroying the housing market. The good news is we have a builder-in-chief, not just a commander-in-chief. He understands the real estate market. He understands the importance of keeping home prices high, but at the same time making it so that way people can finally afford a home again. You know, during Biden's term of 4 years, you had massive inflation. Mortgage rates went through the roof. Nobody could afford a home. And the only people who could afford a home were these big corporations with balance sheets. So it's time that corporations stop owning these homes and people start owning and living in these homes as nature intended.
Yeah. I mean, listen, he makes a lot of sense. And you know what I get frustrated with? Because I was talking about how you've got some of these analysts that are saying, well, this isn't going to make much of a difference. Every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. And here's the other thing. At least the president is doing something. And that's more than we can say for Biden and the Biden administration, who let in all of these illegal aliens. Of course, we also know that we do have a shortage of supply because of all of the people that have been in this country illegally. So it's all about, again, supply and demand. Now the question is, what happens next? Well, the president says he is going to make this in an executive order. Then he wants Congress to codify it. Here's what the president said on True Social. People live in homes, not corporations. He says, I will discuss this topic, including further housing and affordability proposals and more, in my speech at Davos in a couple of weeks, which is going to be really interesting. Large institutional investors refer to companies such as Blackstone, which buy up single-family homes and rent them out. And that is, again, been a big part of the problem. Now, here's the crazy part. Do you know who's on the side of Donald Trump on this? Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, Pocahontas. And Donald Trump are on the same side. Over the past few years, prominent Democrats have been pushing for such a move, with senators including Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren calling on the federal government to stop institutional investors from buying up single-family homes. In response to Trump's social media post, Warren expressed support for curbing corporate investment in retail real estate, saying, this is a quote, I've been advocating for years to limit Wall Street from buying up America's homes, she said, adding that Trump should start with getting his own party in the House to support a bipartisan bill to bring down housing costs that passed the Senate unanimously. And Congress should work on legislation to stop corporate investors from buying up homes. So there you go. Here's more from Pulte.
You have a situation where they're actually buying homes at 20 to 30% less, in some cases, than some average Americans are. We can't be having this where corporations are getting deals on homes. Meanwhile, people can't even find shelter to live in.
Yeah, and there's a number of different companies. I'm talking about Blackstone, and people are saying, no, it's BlackRock. Everything I'm reading is Blackstone. It's a company. Their stock, by the way, just cratered when Trump made this announcement here a couple of days ago. This is one of those stories that I'm grabbing a couple of different economic stories and kind of bundling them all together for this Friday, because all of this, I think, is good news. People are saying, oh, this is Donald Trump. He's making simply a populist move. He is helping the American people.
It's time to put the American people first. I mean, imagine that. We have a president who's given a mandate. We're bringing down housing costs. We're bringing down the cost to afford a mortgage monthly. You know, the mortgage rate when we got into office was 7%. President Trump has gotten that down into the low sixes. He's going to announce at Davos a bunch of new ideas that I think are really going to get the housing market going again. So I'm very confident we can resuscitate the housing market, but it's dead after what Joe Biden did, and we're bringing it back to life.
All right, 7:51, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. And as I was saying, I was talking to a real estate friend of mine who she was just going off because, you know, she's in the business of trying to help find people homes, and the inventory is so limited. So imagine you see this is what the experience that she was relating. She said, imagine you've got a couple and they're trying desperately to find a home that they can afford. One comes on the market, and the second that it goes on the market, you've got these companies, and there's several of them that just scoop it up really quickly. And as Pulte said, sometimes at a lower price than is should be going for whatever reason. And that ices out the families, and they have fewer homes to choose from. And so it is very frustrating for people who are out there trying to find homes, and most certainly affordable homes as well. So as I said, every little bit helps. I think this will help. And I think the things that Donald Trump is trying to do to help the American people, in the end, he'll get credit for, and it'll help us in the midterm elections. And he truly does care about Americans and their pocketbook. It is 7:52. Jay's got the news at 8. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. Tim Walz calling out the National Guard in anticipation of protests in Minnesota this weekend. We'll have those details for you. Also, another shooting involving federal agents, this time on the West Coast. We'll have all of that at 8 o'clock and more. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. 7:53, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Listen, if you need to save money on insurance this year, check out my friends at King and Associates Insurance. A bunch of my listeners have reached out to me, let me know that they've been able to save and save big with King and Associates. One guy that I know, I've been telling you this story for a while now. His 16-year-old daughter got into a car accident. They still saved him thousands of dollars when the time came for new insurance. Because at King and Associates Insurance, they do know that life happens, and as independent agents, they can find you the best deal for you and your family. What they're going to do, they're going to weed out the non-competitive companies and find the best options for you. And one of the things I like best is they keep the communication flawless. Now, King & Associates, it's not only the relationships with the best company that are going to help you, but also bundling home and auto. King & Associates will find the best deals possible for you because they've got great relationships with the best companies around. 615-321-8121, 615-321-8121. Save money, get great insurance with King & Associates Insurance. Find them online anytime, tkinginsurance.com. 7:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so we had a Daily Dan poll on YouTube, and I feel like I've been going 1,000 miles an hour on this show because there's just so much stuff that I'm trying to get through. And so I'm going to slow down, going to do the real quickly, and I've got some great things to talk about from the great state of California coming up. Why are people in California really, really angry? More great reasons to hate Gavin Newsom coming up. But we had a Daily Dan poll earlier. I don't even remember what it was.
Do you approve or disapprove of Trump bombing Mexican cartels? I gave the answers, do it or don't do it. And do it won 91% of the vote.
So that was, I mean, this is the kind of show with all the news that I have this morning.
Totally forgot that you threw that out there.
I did. It was in the 5 o'clock hour. I'm telling you, if you are somebody that, you like the show and you wake up at 6:15, you're on the road and you're out the door and you arrive at work at maybe 6:58, you hear about 40 minutes, go listen to the podcast or watch us on YouTube because, I mean, I keep saying this, 5 o'clock hour is typically my favorite hour of the day because I have so much fun. And I usually, come out of the gate swinging, if you will. Now, my all-time favorite part of the show is between 8:35 and 9 when we do the crisscross handoff because we just have so much stupid fun there. But if you miss any part of the show, we are on Apple. Spotify is working again. We went for this is the funny thing. I'm not bashing the company. We went for 9 months. Nobody in the company noticed that our Spotify feed was not working.
Not since March.
How does that? I don't even know how that happened. Whatever. So
it was the Russians.
That's exactly right. It was the Russians. It was the Russians who broke the link and didn't notice that it was not working for 9 months. That's what happened. Anyway, so Spotify is now working again. So Apple, Spotify, basically anywhere that you can download a podcast, you can check it out if you want the audio only, if you want to do the video as well. We have video for all of the audio that I play on the radio. We just have a lot going on here on Nashville's Morning News. All right, coming up, more reasons to hate Gavin Newsom out of California. I will go ahead and try and fit in also the story of Donald Trump getting ready to bomb the drug cartels in Mexico. It's a great story, and it's great audio, and it's coming up next on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
It is 8 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Traffic and weather are coming up. Calls for peaceful protests from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz after the death this week of a woman who was shot in an incident with that ICE agent. ABC's Whit Johnson is in Minneapolis.
Governor Walz has declared today a day of unity in remembrance of Renee Good. He's called on protesters to demonstrate peacefully, but he's also authorized the Minnesota National Guard to be staged and ready if needed.
And in the wake of that shooting, there's been another one involving federal officials, this one out in Portland, Oregon. The Department of Homeland Security says agents with Customs and Border Protection pulled over a truck with two people affiliated with the Tren de Aragua gang. DHS says the driver weaponized his vehicle and attempted to run over law enforcement agents. Portland police say they first heard about all this when the people in the truck called 911. Keith Wilson is the mayor of Portland.
Portland is not a training ground for militarized agents. The consequences are not abstract. They are felt in hospital rooms and living rooms.
A weird and creepy story out of Pennsylvania where a man is facing more than 500 charges in connection with a series of alleged grave robberies. Here's ABC's Dave Packer.
A disturbing discovery in the Philadelphia area. Police say Jonathan Gerlach stole more than 100 sets of human remains. He was arrested at a cemetery. Police say he was carrying 3 skulls and other bones in a bag and admitted to taking human remains from graves. That prompted a search of his home.
Detectives walked into a horror movie come to life.
Tanner Rouse, the Delaware County District Attorney, says the bones were everywhere. Some 200 years old, others newer, one with a pacemaker still attached to the body. The suspect is being held on $1 million bail. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Let's turn now to the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. The stock futures here this morning. The Dow up 146. The S&P's up 22 1/4. And the NASDAQ, it's up as well at 109 1/4. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. It has been a rough day on our traffic reports here. I guess the wet roads probably having something to do with things. We've got a crash now 24 eastbound at the eastern split there with I-40. Also, the off-ramp blocked on, this to the airport now from I-40 eastbound. There's a crash there. And in Antioch, still working a crash. Somebody slid into the wall. 24 eastbound just past Haywood Lane. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm a little nervous, Sam, and Jay, about this next segment.
Oh, pray tell, why?
Well, because I'm going to be running a piece of audio that I have not actually previewed.
Ah, yeah, that's always risky.
So I get to torque my shoulder while I hover above the dump button?
Yes, absolutely. So you guys remember Fire Aid? I've been talking about this for a while.
Oh, my gosh.
A year ago, they had all those fires in California, and they had Fire Aid, right? Which was a big concert. I forget who played it, but it's a big benefit concert. And they had millions of dollars. I think there was like $80 million or something like that was raised. They've lost the money. Not only have they, under Gavin Newsom's watch, not only have they lost the money, but the money that they know where it went to stupidity, absolute stupidity. Spencer Pratt is an actor. Now, you guys remember Spencer Pratt? I've played his audio before. I think he's typically behaved himself, but as far as cursing goes, I'm reasonably confident he's going to be okay on this audio. But he's now, I think he's running for mayor. Spencer Pratt, will you Google that? Spencer Pratt, he's an actor, and he's now running for mayor and of Los Angeles because Karen Bass is a blithering idiot. And Spencer Pratt was a leftist. If I'm not mistaken, he was a Hollywood leftist. And now he is like, oh my God, I can't believe that Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, basically, he is calling both of them out for incompetence and corruption. And the big quote was, they left us here to burn, is what Spencer Pratt says. So this is, there was an investigation into where the money went. This is Spencer Pratt. Listen close.
We got some breaking news. Look what's dropping today. I have the advanced copy of the House Judiciary Committee's report on FireAid. And the report proves what we've known all along. FireAid raised $100 million under false pretense that it was directly helping fire victims and then misused those charitable donations to fund political activists, podcasters, and bloated nonprofit salaries and bonuses. People across the country gave their hard-earned dollars to help fire victims, and FireAid used that money to fund causes and projects completely unrelated to fire recovery, including insane stuff like fungus planting. 100,000 went to voter participation. $500,000 went to political advocacy groups. 100,000 went to a podcaster that's not even a fire victim because she talked about the fire. And over $500,000 went to bonuses, salaries, and money for consultants for nonprofit organizations.
I mean, Gavin Newsom, $100 million, FireAid. There are still people. And remember when Gavin Newsom, by the way, just so we're clear, I talked about the fires. I got no money whatsoever. Podcaster gets $100,000. What's up with that? So the other thing that people are angry about is that Gavin Newsom, he promised that he was going to deregulate and do everything that he could to allow people to build their homes very quickly. Complete and utter train wreck, because whatever he claims that he did not do, and people are having a hard time rebuilding their homes. It's been a year. And people are saying that Gavin Newsom has not done the job. Now, I will ask the question I ask every single time. All right, Californians, you've been screwed by the Democrat Party over and over and over and over again. I want you to think about this. You've had Democrat leadership that brought you soft on crime policies, all of these regulations, which means that you are unable to rebuild your homes after all of these fires. Of course, you know that you didn't have any water coming out of the fire hydrants, right? I could go on. Did you know there was a story? I couldn't believe it. There was a story where they were not able to do what they needed to do to clear brush and all of this because there was some sort of a protected shrub. Remember we talked about that? There is a protected shrub that was, environmentalists are run amok in California. And there was this protected shrub or whatever it was. So they couldn't do the burns that they need to do because California has to do burns so that they clear these areas. It's like a controlled burn. Well, they couldn't do the controlled burns because of this protected plant or whatever it was. So then the fire happens, and there's all of this fuel for the fire. It is crazy. And so California, whether it is Karen Bass, who is just a bucket of stupidity, or slimeball, greaseball Gavin Newsom, You think the Californians will finally realize, things were pretty good when that Reagan feller was in office? You think they'll vote for Republicans in the future? And by the way, I'm only talking about like mayoral and governor and so forth. And of course, got all those congressmen, by and large, most of the California state legislature, they're all Democrats. And you've got the Senate, both Democrats, the representatives, Democrats as well, by and large, out of California. So you've also got local city councils that are also Democrats as well. So everywhere you turn in California, they're all just a bunch of Democrats, right? So will they ever vote for Republicans, seeing as how they've been screwed over and over again? Sam, you're smart. What is the definition of insanity? Is it doing the same thing over and over again, even though
it's Einstein's definition of it, but essentially, yes.
Yeah, doing the same thing over and over again, even though
expecting a different result.
Exactly. Well, that is the insanity of California. Here's more from Spencer Pratt.
And listen, Jim Jordan's not done. This is just the tip of the iceberg. And more letters went out today demanding that the recipients of fire aid money prove how they spent their funds. $75 million has been lost, but the scam is over.
How do you lose? Do you know what's so funny? I am so fascinated by the notion of losing millions of dollars. Do you believe, Sam and Jay, do you believe that those funds, the $75 million that's the headline, that was lost, do you believe that they were actually lost, or do you believe that it has gone into the coffers of Democrats and Democrat-run organizations?
The second one? It's like
going into the coffers.
It just doesn't make sense when you start looking at these people's net worths.
Right.
The Pelosi's, the Ilhan Omars of Congress, where all of a sudden you go from worth, in Omar's case, you owe money to people, now you're in some neutral territory, to being worth millions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how else I don't know where else that money is coming from, because let's say you're an investor and a congressperson comes to you about one of their business ideas. Are you just going to openly invest in a congressperson?
Right. And here's the thing. There's also the NGOs, right? So the money could go to NGOs as well. I mean, there's all kinds of places. There was, this isn't the first time I've spoken about this. There was a documentary. This was a few months ago. And the person who did the documentary was trying to track the money. And some of this money did indeed go to some of these left-wing, leftist organizations where it went to them and then they did whatever it is that they did with them. But realize sometimes these leftist organizations, that money is funneled right back into the coffers of these crooked leftist politicians. And the whole thing is, I think there was an announcement from the Trump administration yesterday, and J.D. Vance, who said that they are going to start looking into, they're going to have it's like a department or an agency or something where they're going to try to root out fraud that is going on in all of these different states across the country. And they're looking at it from a federal standpoint. And so I love that. J.D. Vance made that announcement yesterday. I love that. And Donald Trump looking into the fraud that has been happening in California. I've been talking about, all the fraud in California for quite some time now. And Gavin Newsom is just thumbing his nose at the president, even though the authorities in California, I think it was the state inspector that talked about how you've got like a dozen agencies out there that are talking about in California that are talking about how corrupt California is. You think the corruption capital of America is Minnesota? No, it's actually California. Got a little bit more on this. Jay Harper is, nope, I'm not doing that. I'm going to talk about the traffic on WTN. Rain and wind this morning, localized flooding possible, high of 72 today. It's going to be nice. Flood watch tomorrow till noon, a high of 57. On Sunday, clouds and 43. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Here's a little bit more from Spencer Pratt as he continues to try and be elected as mayor of Los Angeles.
So fire aid, what are you going to do with the 25 million that's still left? You better start helping actual fire victims instead of lining the pockets of these completely unrelated nonprofits, because we're on to you and we are watching.
There you go. I still think they'll vote for Democrats.
No, they're like at this point genetically engineered to do it. They've been socially engineered to just vote blue no matter who.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about human rights, man.
Well, it's all about also calling out ICE and Border Patrol and, calling for violence against ICE and Border Patrol and so forth. Today it's been a very busy show. We've covered the what happened in Portland last night with a couple of Tren de Aragua gang members who were shot by the Border Patrol. Local media, the local governor, the local attorney general there in Oregon, not even mentioning that the two that were shot were Tren de Aragua gang members. We also have everything going on in Minnesota. There are not only protests that happened last night in cities across America, but there are also a lot of protests that are planned over the weekend as well. We do still have the investigation into all of the fraud that is going on in Minnesota as well. I want to play, you know what? I haven't played all my J.D. Vance audio yet. I'm such a fan of J.D. Vance, but he had something to say about Tim Walz, who honestly, on our side of the aisle, Tim Walz has truly become an absolute joke. And that's not me talking. That is the vice president talking, J.D. Vance, in this epic press conference yesterday, where he was taking on the White House press corps.
And I think we may be in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new assistant attorney general position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
And I think
all right, there you go. I mean, listen, J.D. Vance calling it as he sees it. 7503 says, we are watching and people are texting. Is there something going on the Super Talk YouTube chat line that I need to know about? Because people are throwing me notes in the on the Super Text line saying that somebody's trying to cause some trouble in the.
We had a troll.
A troll in the YouTube chat?
A troll in the dungeon, if you get that reference. Harry Potter.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a troll. Tom was trying to troll, trying to say that you're an establishment shill, Mandis, that you're covering for Trump in the Epstein files because of all the evidence that he's a pedophile in there, despite Biden administration not releasing anything. And when I asked him about it, he just started dropping all sorts of insults.
So I'm an establishment shill, and everything that I'm talking about is to cover up the Epstein thing?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That's what your haters believe about you.
That's all right. No. You're not correct, Sam. You know what my haters think about me? This is from Angie. You ready? Dan, this is, by the way, one of the singular reasons why I didn't want these cameras in here. Dan, dust off your shirt, please. You have a large white speck of something under your right teat. That's what Angie said. You know what this is? It's terrible for the radio, but
it's like a drop of bleach.
Yeah, it's just a drop of bleach. That's what happened. So, yeah. You know what? Can I just say, in my defense, it's dark when I get dressed. No, it is. But anyway,
I
Angie
think that's
said,
more of the outfit in its entirety excuse.
And Angie does say though that I look nice today. Have a great day.
No, I'm digging black t-shirt and Scully. It just says
whatever.
I'm in business.
So the hater on and then am I of the understanding? And by the way, I love that super texters are like narking or telling on what you're doing in the YouTube chat while I'm doing my monologues. You're arguing with people in the YouTube chat.
I was like, this segment on the economy doesn't need any of my assistance. I'll handle the troll. And so I put up a poll in the YouTube chat that was, hey, has this guy ever actually won an argument against us or me? To which the YouTube chat resoundingly said no. And then I had to let democracy play out. And when the insults really started getting touchy,
Oh, yeah?
yeah, asserting that I do things for you that Amy probably does, which, no thanks.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why? Can I ask you a question, Sam?
Yeah.
You know I love you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you bother?
It's funny.
Okay.
It's funny to me.
Oh, that's fine.
I have a lot to do in here sometimes, and I get bored in some moments. And
No. I get it. Listen, do you know how many years I did your job? I get it. Oh, this host, he won't shut up. He just talks and talks.
Never.
Listen, I've done your job. I know. I was right there with you.
It's only happened once, and that's when you took the Benjamin Netanyahu press conference for 20 minutes. That's the only time I got mad.
It's all good. It's all good. Anyway, so if you want to take on the trolls in there, that's fine, whatever. YouTube chat, I love the YouTube chatters. I really do. And I also love the super texters. Angie, I know that you're not a hater. I appreciate the fact that you're pointing out something that actually my wife pointed out as well, that I have a bleach stain on my shirt.
It's interesting. It's like right on the nipple, too.
Thank you. Mario, by the way, says a black Sharpie will help. But
Genius.
See, yeah, you know what? I didn't even really think about that, but yeah, maybe I will. When I came, in fairness to me, I came in and I had a little thing on, and it's so hot in the studio now that I had to take it off. But anyway, whatever. Nobody cares about this. 824, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Jay is in for Joan. Don't worry, friends. Joan will be back on Monday. And Jay, what do we have as far as the newscast at 8:30?
Yes, sir. Well, economic news, our focus at 8:30. The December jobs report's been released. We've also got the money news coming up. Again, that's at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 8:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Hold on. We'll have a traffic report and that weekend weather forecast coming up. After hitting a 4-year high in November, the nation's unemployment rate ticked down slightly last month. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan. He's got the latest snapshot on the U.S. labor market.
Estimates of where the federal employment situation summary for December would land were all over the map, ranging as high as 105,000 new jobs created. The actual number has come in at less than half that, at 50,000 positions, largely from food services and healthcare. The unemployment rate last month fell to 4.4%.
Let's continue now with the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. And once again, here's Jim Ryan.
Rising military-related stocks pushed the Dow higher, but falling tech shares dragged down the NASDAQ composite Thursday. The Dow Jones gained 270 points to close at 49,266. The NASDAQ gave up 0.4%. The S&P was unchanged. More Americans appear to have made a resolution to buy a home this year. The average rate for a 30-year fixed is stuck at about 6.1%. Freddie Mac, though, says demand for home mortgages is up more than 20% compared to a year ago. Once a symbol of luxury, or at least stability, Saks Fifth Avenue has fallen on hard times. The company that owns the department store chain is struggling to come up with $1 billion in financing as it ponders a bankruptcy filing. First Colgate, now Crest. Both toothpaste brands have agreed to change their marketing and labeling after the Texas Attorney General complained that kids were being encouraged to put too much on their toothbrushes. Ken Paxton believes that too much fluoride is harmful.
Let's take a look at the stock numbers this morning. The Dow, it's up 171. The S&P is up 12. The NASDAQ, however, down slightly at 4 1/4. Well, no, it's back up now at 5 1/2. It's going everywhere. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 at WTN. I've got to call USS, as a matter of fact. Amy and I were putting our Christmas stuff away. Guess what we saw down in our basement? The dreaded moisture. So, USS, you're going to be getting a call from me today, as a matter of fact. I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've already helped me several times with my home. That is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. And listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says that USS was highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish, and they treated his home as if they were working on their own. And he does give USS 5 stars all the way, and so do I. Now, USS, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you're a satisfied customer. Now, they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. Find them online anytime, USSTN.com.
We have an accident reported near the airport. This would be Briley Parkway southbound at the I-40 junction. That's exit 6. Aside from that, we're actually looking pretty good. There's the normal slowdowns on 24 westbound near Bell Road, and the same coming down near Trinity Lane at the 2465 junction there. But again, things not looking all that bad, especially considering the wet roads. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, Chris, your favorite guy is on Fox News, Trey Gowdy.
Oh, yeah.
You hate Trey Gowdy.
I mean, hate's a strong word.
Okay.
Very much dislike.
Okay. Intense dislike.
Slimy rhino.
Slimy rhino.
Is that the dude with the bat wing ears?
Yep. And it looks like a fixed cleft lip.
I don't know how he does that hair thing that he's got going on.
I know. It's
like, how do you do that every day?
Yeah.
I don't even know what to describe. It's like he's got a big wave of hair, like at the top of his head. And no, I'm not jealous. And then, whatever.
Do you remember Max Headroom?
Yes.
He kind of reminds me of the.
He does look a little bit like Max Headroom.
Max Headroom haircut.
But he's just always a kind of a D-bag. I remember when the Annunciation Church shooting happened at the school, and he goes, "It's always a white guy with a gun." It's like, thanks, Trey. Thanks.
He sure did, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. I got excited. I went on a date with a girl one time, a woman one time, and she.
Be careful. You're gonna make the haters in the YouTube chat go off.
Just one time.
I love how you had to clarify. A woman.
Well,
was a girl. Was a woman.
It was a female. Anyway, she said that she wanted Trey Gowdy to be the Attorney General and I forget. It was a long time ago. But she said, "Oh yeah, I'd like Trey Gowdy to be the Attorney General." I was so impressed. Like, she knew her politics. I was, very excited. I was the only one.
You're very excited by her response.
That was excited about the conversation, and she didn't go out with me again.
He kind of looks like an angry ferret.
An angry ferret. That's you know what? I could see him.
Perhaps a dehydrated owl.
You ever seen a ferret take on like a snake? You ever see those?
Yes. Dude, I watched this Instagram channel called Nature is Metal. And
yeah.
Have you seen that one?
Yeah.
It's hard to turn away when you go down the Nature is Metal rabbit holes.
Nature is Metal?
Yeah. And it'll just be like, a monkey eating a bird. It's just like the weirdest things.
Or a shark breaching.
Yeah.
Getting a bird.
Oh, I saw one where it was like a whale had died. So it's floating in the ocean. And the gases are building up in the belly of that whale because of the sun.
Right.
And then it popped.
Then it exploded. Yeah.
Dude, have you seen the footage? It's like the 60s or the 70s when that whale washed up, and I want to say it was Washington State, and they packed it full of TNT and just blew it up.
Yes.
Because they couldn't get it into the
I've
ocean.
seen that. I remember that.
That was the safest way to get rid of it, or the quickest
It just
way.
rained guts everywhere.
The land of unintended consequences.
Do you know the AI has ruined everything?
You're absolutely right.
Right? Because you see, it used to be if you saw something online, that's incredible that happened. And now, like, you see all these things and they're all AI.
Yep.
And so it's kind of lessened or deadened my interest in, seeing things like that because 9 times out of 10, it's AI.
Yeah.
And if it's fake, then it doesn't interest me.
Yeah. I wish we could go back to when I was a kid. When the gore you saw on the internet you knew was real gore.
That's exactly right.
The days of 4chan.
Rotten.com. Remember Rotten.com?
Oh, I remember Rotten.com. I had that bookmarked.
Oh my gosh.
I did. Is Rotten.com still there?
I don't know.
Hey, Sam.
Nope.
It was dark.
I ain't doing it.
It was Rotten.com was dark.
It was. Explain to people what Rotten.com was.
I guess it was just did people upload the pictures or did they go out and find the pictures? But it would just be the most intense gore.
Yeah,
Like a guy got run over by a train, or like the
Yes.
cartels took out a guy, or
Yeah, my generation's version of that was 4chan, and it was the videos being posted, and it's somewhat anonymous.
yeah, but 4chan is still there. I don't know. 4chan was different than Rotten.com. I was on 4chan back in 2012, my lads.
Oh yeah,
I was.
Are you big timing us?
I am.
Okay. You know, I've never been on 4chan.
You're missing out. It's the last.
Am I?
It's the last
whatever
place
you
of
do,
free.
don't go to random.
Yeah, don't go to B.
Don't go to B.
But go to Poll. And,
Oh, yeah.
And you could also probably learn some things on K as well.
What's on K?
That's just guns, all gun stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty cool.
All right.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, something I won't be doing this weekend.
But it's hilarious.
And if you see a tab that says GIF, click on the one that says safe for work.
Basically, every internet meme that has popped up in the past, 2 decades, has originated on 4chan.
Pretty much.
Like every single one.
And it sees itself as the elite image board of the internet, and all of their image boards are not as great.
It was better when regular Moot ran it instead of Hiroshima Moot.
Yes.
But, you know.
These words are going right over
I know.
This is the moment you completely lost me.
Dan
Just so you guys
lost
know,
everything.
man.
There's a couple millennials and Gen Zers out there that are nodding along with us, though.
Like, I remember Moot.
Valerie says there was a time when Trey Gowdy was based. I loved him. I don't know what has happened to him.
That earpiece that just, sticks out of his head, filled with lies.
Hey, did you hear that Trump is going to bomb Mexico?
I'm here for it.
That was...
This is what I talked about this how many times before he got elected. I'm like, you want me to support a war?
That is the war that you want to support, is the president bombing the drug cartels. And it's about time, honestly.
This is the interview with Hannity last night. When did they tape this? Because this had to be pre-taped because they didn't talk anything about the Minneapolis stuff, right?
I didn't see it. I don't watch Hannity, typically. Nothing against Hannity. It's just it's on so late.
Dan says a lot of mean things about Hannity off the air.
I do not.
Oh, my gosh. You
Didn't
should hear
tell
him.
me Sean was a stupid name?
No. I didn't.
I love just insinuating things and watching Dan get uncomfortable. Like, no, I didn't say that.
Damn straight we did.
No, I really have no opinion of Hannity, to be honest with you.
He goes, I don't think Hannity's bad. I don't think of him at all.
Mad Men meme.
All right, moving right along. This is Trump talking about how he wants to go after the drug cartels in Mexico. Love this.
We've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by water, and we are going to start now hitting land with regard to the cartels. The cartels are running Mexico. It's very, very sad to watch and see what's happened to that country, but the cartels are running, and they're killing 250, 300,000 people in our country every single year. The drugs, it's horrible. It's devastated families. You lose a child or a parent. I mean, parents are dying too with drugs.
Yep.
So I'm all for bombing the car. Now, you know what's going to happen. The Democrats are going to be like, oh, no, viva la Mexico. You can't bomb Mexico. And they'll say that Donald Trump is bombing Mexico and not bombing the cartels.
100%.
Because that's what they're doing you probably heard on the way in, I'm talking about what happened in Portland.
Yep.
Where, the Border Patrol shot a couple of Tren de Aragua people, and they're not even reporting that they were Tren de Aragua people.
It's insane, isn't it? The way they just lie by omission. And then their supporters will either not fact check them or not care enough to fact check them because Orange Man bad.
Yeah, it's just to be expected, I guess. We had a tragedy happen yesterday in the Mandis house.
What happened?
Well, Riker has been saving his money for like a couple months, including birthday money, Christmas money, and so forth, to buy this remote control airplane. We go to Charlie Daniels Park, and in the first 45 seconds, this remote control airplane, it goes up into the sky, and it's like, oh, wow, look, it's flying. And, we're all very impressed. And then it goes right into the trees. So if you go to Charlie Daniels Park today,
it was the Challenger of remote control helicopters.
That's exactly what it was. So, and this thing was cool, and it flew really. I mean, I've never seen these things. So he flies it right into the tree. This is Charlie Daniels Park. There's
I know, it's huge. The open space is massive.
And he finds the one group of trees nearby.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
So they have my wife and Riker have the bright idea and by the way, there is a crowd watching all of this. Why don't you go to, it's like, so if you go to Charlie Daniels Park today, go to the bridge that leads to the new walkway. Go to the bridge, look to the left and up, and you'll see the remote-controlled airplane still up in the tree.
That's hilarious. You guys need to go today and place some candles.
So, or place some roses, whatever, you know, some flowers. So, they have the bright idea, my wife has the bright idea, hey, why don't you go down and try to throw some rocks at the plane to try to dislodge it from the tree. Now realize again, there is a crowd.
Yes.
So I am, of course, trying to throw rocks and knock the plane out of the tree. I am throwing like a now 58-year-old man.
Did you look like one of the Minneapolis protesters with the snowballs?
It's exactly what I looked like. I'm throwing because it's like way up there. I'm like, follow those rocks. And I didn't even come close. And you know, it's sort of like people are cheering me on. Come on, you can do it. And then people just start kind of like slowly turning and walking away.
The crowd dissipates.
The crowd dissipates as my arm is now like down on the ground because I can't move it anymore.
At least on the bright side, it was Riker that flew it into the tree.
Yep, it wasn't me.
Do you know what happened to me 2 Christmases ago?
What?
Young Bishop got a drone. He was 5, and we went out for the inaugural flight.
Yeah.
You know, we had the sparkling cider. We popped the bottles. We were ready to go.
Whole thing.
He wanted Dad to fly it first.
Oh, no.
Dad put it up too high, and the wind took it. So young Bishop didn't even get a first flight on Christmas Day because Dad lost the drone in a neighborhood over.
We
got him a new one.
Riker said, can you call the fire department to get it out? And I'm like, no, we're not calling the fire department. They've got cats and dogs to rescue. They're not going to rescue your remote control plane.
You should have called the fire department for young Riker.
Amy said maybe we should. I said, no, I'm not calling the fire department. There was one of those rare moments that I put my foot down. And I said, no, I'm not calling the fire department. So, yeah, it was a sad day. And so it's as far as I'm going to swing by to see if maybe the wind knocked it down.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, because I said it's going to be windy and rainy.
Good news. The wind knocked it out of the tree. Bad news. The rain shorted the remote control helicopter.
You know, that's a really good point because it was raining dogs and cats and maybe even a few gerbils.
Yes, it was.
So it was really bad. So, yeah, maybe I won't go to Charlie Daniels Park to see if it's, you know. We made it all better, though, because we got him a Happy Meal on the way home from McDonald's.
Oh, there you go.
And what happened with McDonald's? So there was a local McDonald's
in Minneapolis.
In Minneapolis, who said they wouldn't serve ice and all that.
They have a sign on the door that says ICE agents are not allowed inside. Here, I have
they have a security guard working the door too.
Right. I know. Yeah. It's like, and you think about that. What kind of McDonald's needs a security guard? Like that city is bad.
Oh.
I just sent you the
awful.
audio. So there's a huge sign on the door that says no ice. And so this citizen journalist is talking to the security guard out there, and she's like, "Well, what? How are you going to stop them?
Well,
how are you going to know?"
That's number one. How are you going to stop them? And two, if I saw If I saw a sign on McDonald's that said no ice, I just figured that I'd have, no ice for my soda.
Yeah, and funny. Remember, they'll say that ICE is the Gestapo and Nazis running around checking papers. But in Minnesota, if you want to go into a McDonald's, are they going to check papers?
All right, here's that audio from the Citizen Journalist.
In this McDonald's in Minneapolis, there's a sign on the door that says ice is not allowed. We couldn't help but notice there's a sign that says no ice on the door.
Talking to the security guard.
Yeah, just to let you know, at the end of the day, this is private property. So you can't just break the law because you're a federal agent. It's like coming into your house or coming to any other restaurant. There's rules. So.
Did the manager put that on the door? How did that get there?
I'm not sure, but it's there.
How do you guys enforce it?
They read the sign. At the end of the day, you have all right to come in and make a purchase. It's just there's rules and regulations. You can't just walk behind the counter.
All right, so here's my question then. Can they go through the drive-thru?
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
They're in unmarked cars.
I would order food, and then once I have my food, I'd hold up my ICE badge or whatever.
Let's also be honest. Any of these ICE guys, they're packing lunch if they're in uniform because they know the people that are in that city, and they're not going to risk finding a loogie in their sub, right?
If anything,
you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't you? I'd be going to the deli at the local Kroger instead of going out to eat. Or you'd make sure uniform is off and you are off duty, so nobody knows.
I would, because we know what people do, and we know how
people are sick.
People are sick. You see the protests overnight. Kristi Noem will hang.
Yep.
And save a life, kill an ICE.
Did you see what happened on the Ingram angle? So Laura Ingram is out there, and she says, "What are you doing out here? Why aren't you at work?" Right. And then the protester looks at her and goes, "Ha, joke's on you. I am getting paid. I am getting paid." And Laura Ingram breaks the fourth wall like she's what's his name from The Office. She just looks at the camera and gives the thumbs up because she knows, like, that's gold, Jerry. That's gold.
Do you have that?
I do.
Okay.
Let me find it for you real quick.
Also, we're being honest. In 2026, you're doing a mobile order. You're not walking up to the counter.
Does anybody do that? Have you ever gone to those drive-thrus and they're like, "Are you going to be using our mobile app today?" It's like, no, I'm in the drive-thru. I'm not using the mobile app.
If I'm picking it up through the drive-thru,
you can't even go to Chipotle anymore without doing a mobile order.
Yeah, you got to have the app.
I don't like it. I'm not a fan of the apps. And then we had one where I'm from Boston, not Canada, so we do Dunkin' Donuts a lot.
Yeah.
And we had the Dunkin' Donuts app, and like you'd get rewards, and I was like, I'm tired of using this. I don't want the free things. I don't like the extra steps.
Yeah, I finally got to the point. I got snarky with my Starbucks, Commie Coffee Starbucks. I actually, because they know me there, and I said, I will never use your app.
Okay.
I love you, but please stop asking me about the app.
All right, Grandpa, let's get you back to the retirement home.
Shut up. Here's that audio and that video from Laura Ingram.
Shame!
Do you have a job?
Do
you have a job?
Shame! I'm getting paid right now. Shame!
Thank you.
All right.
Checks in the mail from George Soros.
Yes, and that's very funny. All right, real quick, Jay, what's coming up?
Yes, sir, Dan. More renovations at the White House. Yeah, we'll have that story. And the job numbers have been released for December. That's all coming up at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is a new year, friends. That doesn't mean that everything resets overnight, especially when it comes to your health. Maybe you lost the weight. Maybe you started a journey last year that changed your life, but your skin didn't exactly get the memo. That loose belly, that tired look in the mirror, that's the part you still don't feel good about. Now, go back to feeling good about yourself. It Contours in Franklin, where we help you cross that goal line. Our FDA-cleared red light body contouring and facials tighten skin and bring back your natural shape. Get a facial or a belly buster for $99 or both for $149. If you're ready for that full transformation, ask about the Mandis Makeover, our premier sculpting and maintenance program. You get a free facial package with the purchase of a belly buster special. You've got the goals. They can help you achieve those goals. Find them online, contoursllc.com. ContoursLLC.com. Find them on the column. I was going to say find them online again, but I've already given the website like 4 times.
Look up the rewards app.
ContoursLLC.com, 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. What do you have to lose but inches? All right, coming up on 9 o'clock. And I'm getting all kinds of advice about calling the fire department to try to get Rikers plane out of the tree.
Did you see 1400?
No.
This is a firefighter texting. He said, as a firefighter, you should have called the fire department. And just to add a little bit more credibility to this guy, the last time he texted, I don't know the context of it, but his last text was in August, early August of 2024. And he said, stock up on ammo. So you know the guy has his head on his shoulders.
Yeah, he does. Well, people are telling me I need to. First of all, it's ruined now because of all the rain. So let's just accept that. And if it's fallen out of the tree, then it landed in the river, that creek or whatever it is below. So if you're at Charlie Daniels Park and you see a remote control airplane that is soaked and ruined,
that's the one.
That's the one, and you can throw it away. It's fine. And yes, people are like, buy him a new one.
You already ordered it, didn't you?
Shut up, Chris.
That's what good dads do.
Yes, we've ordered him another one. It is 9 o'clock. Chris Hand is next on WTN.